Okay, we'll get started in 1 minute if folks can take their seats. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the December 3rd, 2025 City Council meeting. I'll ask everyone to please rise if you are able for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, be seated. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending today's meeting by teleconference to address City Council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To add the list of registered delegations and add communication CP 25-162, Joanne Havelock. Can I get a motion for that, please? Councillor Flores, and a seconder, Councillor Siklees. I'll call the question on the approval of the agenda. Any opposed? And that is carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of November 19th, 2025 City Council meeting? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder, Councillor Zakidniak. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included. The following item is deemed to be automatically removed from the consent agenda. That's item CR 25-161, Heritage Demolition 2184 12th Avenue. Therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting would include the following items. CR 25-150 municipal revenue sharing eligibility criteria, CR 25-151 2025 third quarter reserve reporting, CR 25-155 Piepot First Nation Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement Amendment, 1101 Angus Street, CR 25-156 Traffic Bylaw Changes Report, CR 25-157 Review of Nuisance and Derelict Properties, and CR 25-158 Underutilized Land Improvement Strategy 5-Year Review. And I'll ask if any member wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Can I remove the traffic bylaw changes report?
Okay, so CR 25-156 Traffic Bylaw Changes Report will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council. Oh, Mr. Nicol, go ahead.
Sorry, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, it appeared to us that you skipped over CR 25-153 and 154 in your listing. And 152, there were 3 reports that were not cited. We were just flagging that for you.
One 153 and 154, correct? And 152. Okay. Yes, they were not on my list over here. So, yeah, to be clear, so we will remove CR 25-156 Traffic Bylaw Changes Report from the consent agenda. And also included in the consent agenda is CR 25-152 2025 third quarter capital expenditure report, CR 25-153 2025 third quarter forecast, and CR 25-154 events, conventions, and trade shows fund annual report. Thank you for pointing that out. So can I have a motion to approve the Councilor Mancinelli, sorry, go ahead.
I did have a question about report 158.
Okay, so we'll also remove CR 25-158. So therefore, the consent agenda items removed are CR 25-156 and CR 25-158. Okay, I think we have it sorted out. So again, CR 25-156, CR 25-158 will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. So with that, the remaining items, can I have a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda? Councillor Fro, and a seconder. Councillor Zakidniak, any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now do the third reading of bylaw 2025-76, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 22. Third reading of this bylaw was tabled from the November 19th, 2025 City Council meeting. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2025-76 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaw is carried in a vote of 9-1, with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillor Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, Rasevich, Fro, Sickles, and Mayor Bashinsky, and the member voting against is Councillor Burton.
Thank you. We'll now consider the following public hearing and public notice bylaws. And I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of bylaw number 2025-75, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 21.
Right. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, the bylaw number 2025-75 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, as required by legislation, the following bylaw requires a public hearing. Bylaw number 2025-75, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 21. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the Regina Zoning Bylaw 2019 by rezoning the subject property located at 2571 Broad Street from I institutional zone to RH residential high-rise zone and add the property to the primary intensification area. Is there anyone in the gallery today that wishes to address City Council on this proposed bylaw? There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaw number 2025-75 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakidniak? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaw number 2025-76 go to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Burton, that bylaw number 2025-75 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Turnbull?
Sorry.
Okay.
Thought I pressed the button.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now consider public notice bylaws. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of bylaws 2025-85, 2025-86, and 2025-88.
I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaws number 2025-85, 2025-86, and 2025-88 be introduced and read a first time.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of these bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Raddens, that bylaws number 2025-85, 2025-86, and 2025-88 be read a second time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on second reading.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaws number 2025-85, 2025-86, and 2025-88 go to third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaws number 2025-85, 2025-86, and 2025-88 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the third and final reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-147, Burger King lease. I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
So we had a discussion at Executive Committee last year on this item with many puns on the name of this space, and the recommendation was to provide the lease.
Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Rasevich, and a seconder. Councillor Zgidniak. Councillor Rasevich, do you want to speak to the report at all?
We're making some money.
Okay, so you're good?
Good.
Okay. Okay, do any members of council have any questions aside from any puns? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I just have a couple. So the land, we originally had this land for future potential road work. It sounds like we know that we won't need it anymore. Is that accurate through the chair?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, no, so we still require that land for the Sass Drive corridor work. The lease, so we own the land and we lease the building on it. We're just redoing the lease on the building. We still own the land.
Okay. And then, and then the idea eventually is to put it, at the end of the lease, to put it, it's been a while since I've reviewed this report now, but to put it up for sale for mixed use purposes, I believe. It said something like that in the report. And so whatever the plan was, please correct me if I'm wrong, if there's no interest, then it would have to come back to council to figure out what to do with it. Like administration has a current plan eventually at the end of the lease to sell it. Is that accurate? Like to sell the building?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so right now we're holding the land until We're confident we know what piece of that lot we will need for the Sass Drive corridor.
Right.
So I'm not sure on the timing of that. I think we're working on the plans right now. We will hold the land until that time. Once we can subdivide it and we know what portion of that land is required for our purposes, we would then put the land to market. While we hold the land, we will continue to lease it out. We would get the most return by doing a mixed use, but we also need to be cognizant of the fact of what's on the land right now and sort of best case. So we've signed this 1-year lease with the existing leasee.
And then when it gets to the point where we know what we want to do with it, and there's the next step beyond the lease, would you then have to come back to council at that time? Like, when would council get re-involved in this?
Through the chair, so yeah, it would come back through our, because right now it's part of our land reserve, so we do an annual report on what we plan to do with all the lands we hold. It would either come back through that, or if we needed to do something more timely, we would have to come back to council and say, hey, change of plans for what we're using this land for, but as of right now, it's just a hold and lease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Anything to close debate?
Nope.
Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 25-148, future fence limited lease, and I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Thank you. This was also another report brought to us at Executive Committee, and the recommendation was to proceed.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, and seconder? Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to the report?
I'm fine.
Okay, any questions from members on this one? Seeing none, Councillor Burton, any questions arise in that short period of time?
Not came to mind.
Thank you.
Fought hard.
Thanks. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Mancinelli, are you able to submit your vote, or do you need to do verbally? Oh, never mind, we got it.
Figured it should have been there.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-149, reserve priorities and funding options, and I will ask Councillor Siklees to please introduce the report.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The Audit and Finance Committee met on November 27th. It was a real banger of a meeting. There were a total of 2 people watching on YouTube. One of them was probably my mom in Greece. And we'd love to increase that number. So hopefully people are paying attention today. We talked about our reserve priorities and some of the options looking into the future and how we can get our reserves to at least minimum, and then from there to the sort of midway point between min and max. It was a really good conversation, and we're presenting this to the rest of council and the public today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Siklees. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, and a seconder? Councillor Radens. Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to this report?
No, we would not.
Okay. Any questions from any council members on this report? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So this report, it says, I mean, so, you know, we're receiving and filing this today. However, just to flag that it sounds like part of the point of this report is for our consideration in the 2026 budget of funding options for reserves below their minimum balances at the end of this year. So I just wanted to first confirm that that's accurate. So what's outlined in the report is different options should we wish to address replenishing the reserves in our 2026 budget. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that is correct. It's for any reserves either below their minimum now or forecasted to get below their minimum in the next 5 years.
So council could consider this as sort of like an additional budget document for our review in advance of our budget deliberations. Would that be?
Through the chair, 100%, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, thank you for that question, Councillor Zakidniak. Yeah, we're going to have to consider this, not just this year, but every year to get back to where we need to be. I thought I might ask Mr. Anderson, what would the increase in the overall mill rate be based on our best guess and how we want to start attacking these, the ones that are in red, to try and get them back up to minimum?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. So what we've put forward is a 5-year increase in each year of just over 2% to the mill rate. That's in total. So if we took all of the, for each reserve, all of the requested or recommended by admin, it would be just over 2% to the mill rate every year for 5 years.
Okay, thank you. And just for the public that may not have seen the Audit and Finance report, we have 24 reserves and we're adding another 4 for a total of 28. That shouldn't be cause for concern, correct? That we have that many reserves.
Through the chair, no. We do a review every year to see if there's reserves that we aren't using or that become dormant. There's other municipalities that have over 140 reserves. It just depends on how you want to track your expenses. So the number of reserves isn't a concern.
And that 2% figure you were mentioning, that's in total for all the reserves that need to get to a minimum per year, or cumulative over 5 years, 2%?
Through the chair. So yeah, that's for everything that's we've identified. I think there's 9 reserves. So the total of what we recommended, if we were to get back to minimum in 1 year, it would be an 11% increase. So if we said we want all the reserves to minimum January 1st, or pick a date, June 30th of next year, would be an 11% mill rate increase. We've recommended that we do 2% per year for 5 years to get that, so that we're not putting it all on 1 year of taxes.
Okay, and could you indicate to the public, is there a danger in going 2% a year? Should it be more or less? Are we going to have enough reserves should something happen?
Through the chair, so I would say we need to continue to monitor. So we have quarterly reserve reports that come through ANF and up to council. And if we saw a major event that jeopardized one of our reserves or something that we needed to respond more quickly, we could do that. Ultimately up to council how quickly we want to get back to our minimums. There is different options in this report. I believe 4 or 5 different options that we could take to get there, depending on risk tolerance of how quickly we want to replenish those reserves.
And through the chair, do you have a favorite of one of those, the one that's most prudent?
Through the chair, I would say the one I worry about the most is our asset revitalization. And that's just because our biggest risk as a city right now is our infrastructure that's aging and the requirement to replace a lot of our facilities. And we don't really have much money in that reserve. So we need to do some work. This is a step. This is the first step in this report.
Yeah.
We need to implement some more prudent ways of replenishing that fund on a go-forward basis that will help us be more healthy financially for the assets that we hold.
Thank you. And should an emergency happen that we need to dip into that reserve and there's not enough, what are the options at that point?
Through the chair, so at that point, we would have to come back and see if we had debt room. And if we wanted to, if council was willing to use debt room, if we needed funds immediately. We do have some limited ability to borrow from ourselves, but again, that's putting strain on our liquidity risk as well. So that would be sort of an emergency situation, short-term fix while we found a long-term solution. But yeah, that's what we'd have to do, is have a good, fierce conversation at that time.
Yeah. And so that 2% is part of the budget discussion. It's in there in the full 15.84 or 86.
Through the chair, no, as it has not been approved by council, it is part of Appendix K, which is part of the enhancement. So it would be in addition to the 15.69 that's in the forecast.
So there's a possibility we won't be adding to the reserves based on our decisions in a couple of weeks.
Through the chair, that is correct. It is up to council on whether or not we want to put mill rate towards replenishing these reserves.
Okay, is there anything else, through the chair, just lastly, is there anything else you want to communicate on this that we may have missed at Audit and Finance that would be important to know?
Through the chair, thanks for the opportunity, Councillor. I would say, I think we've had good conversations this year around this issue, and I think the added reporting that we've added this year has brought some visibility to this issue, and hopefully we can find a spot where we can get a good balance of getting back on the track of being more financially sound than we are today, without putting too much added stress on the taxpayer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Chair, that last question was the one I was going to ask, George. No, that's good. It was good. No, it's great. And I guess just off that, obviously we haven't been contributing to our reserves for many years. I mean, could we talk about that like over, I don't know, past budgets? So we're in the position we're in, would you say, because we obviously haven't been contributing in the past?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so we contribute every year to these reserves. It's just that we've had, over the last 5, we've taken more money out than we've put it in. That's the easy answer. The more complex answer is every reserve is completely different. So, big picture, once you get below the reserve minimum, we have to come up with a plan to get back in. Right. Inherently, typically we budget so that we maintain a lot of our expenses that run through reserves. But if things happen like a high inflation period and we draw down those reserves to offset the cost to taxpayers, once inflation stabilizes, you need to then put a plan in place to replenish the reserves, because they don't typically replenish themselves.
I guess, because the one you said you're concerned most about is the asset revitalization. And I'm assuming that, is that because have we been drawing down on that one more than usual, and that's why I guess that reserve is getting depleted?
Through the chair, so, that reserve we haven't really been using other than to, we've been putting money in and out of it at year end from the GFR, sort of I'll call it an accounting entry. We're not really using that reserve, and I think that's my greatest concern, is that when we have the need for a refurbishment of a city facility, we add it to the current capital contributions, and it's funded through current tax contributions rather than building up a pool of money so that you're saving for the roof to be replaced on a pool or a hockey rink. We handle everything in the moment. So your risk there is that as these infrastructure ages, we get too much all at once. So in 1 year, we start piling on too many projects, and we're really strained financially in how to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll have some options during budget, what we decide to do, whether we do it in one shot or.
Thank you. Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. I just wanted to express my appreciation to our CFO and our Audit and Finance Committee, and even this whole budget transparency process. I feel like it's been really informative for everyone, and I think it is good to see everything as laid out and how difficult it must be when you do have elected city council, which has looking at 3 or 4 year windows or the next election to look further into your children's future and into what we want for the city. So I just wanted to express my gratitude from not shying away from the tough conversations, to my colleagues, to administration, and for everyone doing this. Your work is seen, everyone here at the table.
Thank you, Councillor Trimble. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Burton, if you have anything to close debate.
Nope.
Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, first reading. My apologies, I don't know what I'm doing, sorry. I'm having a moment over here. The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, next I'd like to, we're gonna have delegation for CR 25-159, the yard's next step. So I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-226, Lance Donison. Hello, Mr. Donison. How are you today?
Thanks for having me, Your Worship.
Yeah, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions we have for you. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
My name is Lance Donison. I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District, and I am from Regina, Saskatchewan. So with that, Your Worship, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The Yards represents one of the most exciting opportunities to shape Regina's city centre, and the timing to advance this work is ideal. With the Dudney Avenue revitalization now complete, the infrastructure needed to support the Yards is already in the ground. The renewed underground services, the transportation upgrades, the modern streetscape, and safer pedestrian environment were all designed with this future neighborhood in mind. Businesses in the Warehouse District are already feeling the positive effects of this investment, and the momentum is real. As the next stage begins, it's important that Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District, or the RWBID, and our board remain actively and meaningfully engaged. Our members have helped build the character, the identity, and the economic foundation of this area. Their experience and insight will be crucial to ensuring the Yards develops in a way that is complementary and not competitive. The BID's understanding of how people move through, use, and experience the district provides valuable context for integrating new development successfully. We are supportive of an open and competitive process that welcomes strong, creative visions for this site. With the foundational infrastructure now complete, the Yards has the potential to introduce new residents, new activity, and new public spaces that will naturally enhance this district. More people living and working in the area will support restaurants, breweries, retailers, art spaces, and service providers, strengthening the vibrancy and long-term sustainability of the new neighborhood. Our focus is on collaboration, and we want to see the Yards move forward in a way that reflects the community aspirations, leverages the significant investment already made along Dudney, and contributes to a thriving, connected city centre. Our WBID and our board are eager to participate constructively throughout this process to help ensure the Yards becomes a positive, integrated, and successful addition to Regina's Warehouse District. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check with my colleagues for questions. Councillor Sickleys, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Hi, Lance, welcome. One of the things that's interesting about this is where the vision's coming from. We're asking our builder community to quote on this, and we're asking for them to bring the vision. What is your thought on that versus us having the vision and dictating it to people?
Well, I think we support an open, competitive process that attracts strong creative proposals. And I think that's more important. And, you know, we're not here to comment on the mechanics of the city's procurement model. Certainly, that's council's decision. But our interest is simply ensuring that whatever process you adopt leads to thoughtful, well-integrated development.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, I get it. And I think that
Councillor, make sure we'll have time to make comments after. So I just want to make sure you're doing a question.
Yeah, I
doing a
wanna
question
chat
right
to
now.
talk about that. Yeah. Tell me about the parking situation and what you're hearing from people there.
Well, I think parking is crucial in the district. I think everybody knows that there are parking issues throughout there. We're hoping that they'll be resolved. We've just completed the parking study, which was presented to our board last night. I think there's certainly challenges, but I think the parking study addresses it, and we're hopeful that this process finds a solution that is, again, complementary to what already exists and not competitive with it, and doesn't overflow, I guess, the parking that already exists or doesn't exist on the north side of Dudney.
Would you like to see whoever the successful bidder is provide some extra parking that could benefit both sides of Dudney?
Well, I'm sorry, and through the chair, yes, I think that's very important, that the parking issues throughout the district need to be addressed, and need to ensure that we're not just forcing the problem to the north side of Dudney, that it's inclusive, and that the yards, as well as what already exists on the north side of Dudney, are one entity.
Do you have a list of the at least retail businesses that depend on all the drive traffic and walk traffic over there with you?
Through the chair, no, I do not. But I mean, I think there's over 600 businesses in the district that are all dependent on parking and the thoroughfare. Now, some are more, you know, have daily parking. Some are offices. Some are housing units that exist that depend on that parking. But I think, you know, if we want to see a vibrant entertainment district, it's crucial that those people that are visiting and visiting short-term are able to find parking. I think there's solutions. I think there's some of the solutions that were presented last night, consistent parking terms, you know, like 2-hour parking throughout the entire district, so it's not confusing to people, so they understand once they park there how long they can park there. I think there's solutions that exist, perhaps shared parking, mixed use facilities, something like that, depending on the hours of the day. But yeah, certainly parking is going to be, I think, very important to the bid and certainly to our board.
Do you feel that administration's ears are open and minds are open to the parking issue?
Well, certainly through the chair, I hope they are. We look forward to engaging with council throughout this process and make sure that council understands exactly what our hopes and what our needs are and what the business's hopes and needs are.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, the chair. Welcome back, Lance. My question for you is, I think in 2020, the Yards neighborhood plan was approved, and that does include a broad vision. Is it your belief that neighborhood plan, which involved, you know, a lot of consultation with your bid and members, would that be the appropriate tool for us to look at too as our vision for what should take place on the yards?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. The vision plan is a crucial document, one that was created with much thought and presented to council. I think, yes, it's very important that council consider that report when making its decision.
Awesome. Thanks for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, for your report. The warehouse district now is, going to be back on its feet and hopefully coming back from its slumber, and to see a bit of growth there. There's a lot of bars, restaurants, social establishments. It's great to have such a district, and hopefully we can see that the sidewalks mean some people will wander there a bit more. Like, one question is, how many people would you estimate walk or take the bus to the warehouse district? And I will suggest to you from offices downtown or from other areas of the city.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a good question. I don't have those statistics in front of me. I mean, anything I would say would be purely anecdotal, but I think everyone, in the city of Regina recognizes that a significant amount of the traffic that travels into the warehouse district is by car. I'm sure there is some public transit utilization. I can't speak to those exact numbers, and certainly I don't have those statistics in front of me, unfortunately.
No, I appreciate you identifying as anecdotal. They align with some of my experiences, so thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions, so thank you for presenting today, and you can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-159, the yards, next steps, and I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, this report is a long time coming in terms of revitalization and possible development in that area, and I think the community has been waiting for a while. And yeah.
Great. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Siclese, and a seconder, Councillor Burton. Councillor Siclese, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Back to that vision discussion. I think it's a really important one because my councilmate here talked about the fact that we have a vision in a report, and we're talking about getting quotes from companies that have a vision themselves. So could you take a moment and just describe to us and the public how that's going to work?
Looking for Mr. Jedlick, is that right? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jedlick.
Through the mayor. Good question. It is important that when we put this opportunity out to market, that there are some guidelines in terms of what the city expects to see or what would be acceptable and exciting to the city. And so the Yards neighborhood plan was adopted by City Council in 2020, and it, like all neighborhood plans, is a higher level planning document that assesses things like the road network, how that might impact or interact with adjacent areas around it, how the servicing strategies play, but then also talks about land uses. And so the neighborhood plan is really the the end result of a tremendous amount of technical engineering studies as well as community input, and so that's what we're electing to use as the guiding document for development of the yards. There'll also be certain obligations that the city's undertaken through its funding agreement with the federal government and the provincial government relating to remediation, the installation of a park, planting of a certain number of trees, and the availability of a land for development of at least 150 residential units. So those are some obligations that we have in terms of commitments to other levels of government. The other thing that will come into play is that the parking study is something that was just completed, and as Mr. Donison said, was just presented to their board. That's an important piece of information because it helps us understand how to handle that site. As a developer of maybe one site, if you just had a corner of a block or something, you might not really care how your development impacts the rest of the road network around there because it's relatively minimal impact. But when you're looking at master planned communities or large developments like this, your end goal is to see them be successful. And so the last thing you want is to create sort of a traffic nightmare where visitors can't get in or out. And so the traffic study that was just completed will form an important part as well to ensure that the people who are evaluating the different uses on the yards, the developers, can take that information into account and decide exactly what sort of uses, because every type of use generates different volumes of traffic at different times of day. And so you can figure out now what's happening in the warehouse district itself and then plan accordingly for what's happening on the yard site. So it's an important piece of information that will be put in. The other latitude that we have as a city is because right now with the zoning bylaw there are no parking minimums or requirements, but as a landowner, we can impose some of those things. And so we can say, okay, if you're going to do residential development on here, you need to include a certain number of stalls per unit. That's something that, as a landowner, we can put in place to help mitigate some of those concerns that might exist right now.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mayor, the work that was done on Dudney, the part that the public can't see, if that wasn't done, would we even have the ability to talk about this right now?
Through the Mayor, another good question. The work completed on Dudney, most people will see the surface works, the road renewal and the sidewalk renewals, pathways, trees, but really the complex and interesting and expensive part of the Dudney Avenue revitalization was the replacement of all the undergrounds. So water, wastewater, sewers that had been there for 100 years being replaced. And because of that, they were also, because we were doing that work, we upsized them to provide capacity for development of the yards. So one of the early stumbling blocks that was identified was the fact that there was no sanitary capacity in the network to allow for development of the yards. That was rectified with the Dudney Avenue revitalization.
Excellent. The other question I have two more, I hope I have time for them. One is it possible for multiple bids to come in on this where different firms are working together as opposed to just one firm voting on the whole thing?
Through the Mayor, we expect to receive multiple submissions. Each of those submissions can come in different forms. So it might be that there may be a developer that feels they can take everything on themselves, or there might be others that will join forces to work together. You know, we've seen indications of both of those things occurring in the developers that we've spoken with so far.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, if we pass this today, it hands over all authority to you to pick the winner. Will council have any opportunity to make any decisions about how the yards finally looks after the winning bidder is chosen?
Through the Mayor, so you're correct that the report or the recommendation is to delegate authority to the administration to select the successful proponent through the negotiated request for proposal process. I would say that's feedback that we've heard from developers, that they would like this to be a non-political process in terms of how the evaluation criteria is set up. And so the hope is that council has had their feedback or their input incorporated into the neighborhood plan, which I recognize was adopted under previous council, but then also in the weighing of the or weighting of the evaluation criteria.
Yeah, I wasn't here in 2020, so I have a little bit of discomfort with that because I haven't been through it all, and I'm really curious what my fellow councillors think about that. I do agree we should get the politics out of it, but today is kind of the last chance. It's yes, go ahead, and we can't say anything afterwards. So it feels a little restrictive to me. Not sure what your thoughts are, team.
Would anybody from admin like to comment on that, or? Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, so yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. I will reiterate Mr. Jedlick's point that it is best practice for city administration to set out the criteria and then do an assessment based on that, and then ultimately pick the best proposal. We do that all the time. It's part of our business. I will say that, you know, a clause in there, if there is a requirement for more city funds other than what's already been earmarked for the development of the undergrounds, would have to come back to council. So administration cannot spend more money than what's already been earmarked through the agreements with the federal and provincial governments. So that would have to come back. But absence of that, administration will make the decision on this.
Councillor Sickley, anything else?
I'm sure the proposals are going to blow us out of the water. They're going to be great, but it just feels like we have no real input after today. So I'm a little, I don't know, maybe I've got new guy syndrome. But let's see. Let's see.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. Excuse me. I did hear some, I'll come back to this conversation in a minute, but I'm gonna start with some concerns that I heard in relation to budget implications of us moving forward with this at this time. Just heard from a resident saying, can you afford to do this? So what I'd like for administration to clarify is, like, we have money already set aside through the land development reserve for this. Although we're close to budget deliberations for 2026, my understanding is these recommendations are not, there's not an impact, new mill rate impact for 2026 to what we're discussing right now. This is money we already have in the land development reserve. Is that accurate? Through the
Mr.
chair.
Anderson?
Through the mayor, yes, that is accurate, Councillor. Right now, we've earmarked money, our portion of the development costs through the land development reserve. Again, reiterating, if the highest assessed bid required more money from the city, we would have to come back to council. Administration cannot and will not approve more money than what's already been identified in the joint party agreement.
Right. So no mill rate implications, saying again, for our budget deliberation conversations. In terms of this tension of what input council should or shouldn't have, what you've understand to be best practices is that council weighs in about the, categories for evaluation and the weighting of those categories, and then presumably, if we have, we've given input about what's important to us and the weight those should have, then that's the way, like, that's considered a best practice, just to make sure I'm mirroring what I've heard. And then, if we got that right, then the proponent, who's selected, should be one that matches the values of council, because we got the criteria and the weighting correct, and then there's not a risk of political influence because somebody's friend put in a proposal or something like that. Is that accurate?
Mr. Anderson?
So through the chair, yes, that is accurate. I would say, as a council's role of an overseer and a board level has set the strategy, and now it's up to admin to enact on that strategy and to follow through on it. And once you're at this stage, that's where the baton passes back to administration. And to your comment around, you don't want to get politics involved at that stage, I would say yes. And again, that's what we've heard from the marketplace as well, is they don't want this to be a political decision.
Yeah. And to be clear, like, that's the risk, whether it's real or perceived, that if council's involved, that somebody who, council has some sort of say in the selection process, did we weigh in to influence that decision because somebody was the best proponent, or because it was somebody that we know, or something like that, right? That's the risk. Is that accurate, like in plain language?
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct. That's one of the risks, yes.
So for that reason, I have a comfort level with doing it this way, because, like, whether it's real or perceived, I think it's an important risk that we should be aware of, and this is why I think council sets the criteria and then stays out of the final decision. Like, I think that's appropriate. I do want to talk about something that has come up a few times, the baseball stadium. So my question is, as we're going ahead with this, the yards RFP process, there has been lots of conversation out in the community because it was included as a potential budget item. There's been some confusion. So can somebody just clarify whether that is something that we'll need to clear up during budget deliberations, like whether we are or not going forward with this baseball stadium, because it has an impact on the yards? So where is that actually at?
Through the chair, so previously to this council, previous to me coming on board as well, there was a hold on those lands for a potential sports site. That was removed by this council. So
Yeah.
there's nothing in any kind of hold where the land has to be used for that purpose. It doesn't preclude its use, so there's nothing that council has said that would preclude it in the community plan or anything like that. So if somebody wanted to put forward a bid that included any kind of sports stadium, that would be allowed and be weighed.
Yeah.
I believe you're also asking about, there's some budget items for funding towards a baseball stadium, irregardless of the yards, so it doesn't impact the yards at all.
Yeah.
And we could discuss that at budget time as well, and that's tied into previous council decisions around a study that came out this year. But definitely we can talk about that at budget time.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with the yards.
So for the sake of clarity, for right now, there's nothing that commits anything at the yards to being a baseball stadium. If folks want to include that in their proposal, fine, but there's nothing mandating it. And in terms of what we're talking about today, it's, we have the selection criteria, and that is all. There's nothing else that folks need to be aware of in terms of what, essentially in relation to the baseball stadium, there's no requirement. It's just up to the proponents, those who are putting their proposal in to suggest whatever they want with those lands.
That is correct. So to be clear, there is zero requirement for a baseball stadium on this land.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Rasevich, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, just, I guess, in terms of money, I think I read in the report, like there's 5.5 million potential. Is it potentially coming from the New Building Canada Fund? And then 20.5 million would be coming from our land development reserve? Is that right?
Mr. Jedlick, go ahead.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. These lands are included in part of that tri-party funding agreement, and the funds that haven't been exhausted yet from the federal and provincial level equal about 5.5 million, and then the balance is what we've set aside in the land development reserve. Depending on what's proposed, all those funds may not be required.
Right.
So, in our preliminary budget, we have, a certain amount set aside for remediation. Remediation, the extent to which you remediate land depends on the end use of the land. So if it's residential, you have to fully remediate it. But if it's, left for commercial uses, it may not require as much remediation. So, so that's where we've said that's the amount, sort of a maximum amount that's available for investment.
Yeah. So I guess that the 5.5 million, it's not contingent on how much we spend, I guess, or is it?
It's a bit of a complicated funding agreement, so I'd say it's sort of, matches about 20%, but
Okay.
if the goals are achieved, we may be able to fully exhaust the funding from the other levels of government prior to fully utilizing ours.
Yeah, so there could, like you said, there could be some left over, I guess, potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I guess I was just wondering when Councillor Seacliffe was talking about parking, I guess I'm assuming that there's going to be some sort of connectivity from downtown, say Regina, to the yards, because I think, you tell me, but I'm thinking that would alleviate parking because people could walk across or underneath, or I'm assuming is there something involved with that, with the parking, or I guess maybe shuttles?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, that's something that will include the base information that we have available through the parking study. Certainly the pedway across, the elevated pedway above the rail lines is something that's been discussed for many years, and that is something potentially that a proponent may say this makes sense for our development. Again, it depends on what goes on the yards and how much value there is in connecting them. If it's a high traffic driver, accessing the structured parking in the downtown might be of significant value, and it might actually be less expensive to build a pedestrian connection than it is to build structured parking in the yards, right? And so, again, it's a matter of the developers that come forward, whether they have a particular expertise in construction of a pedway, find a way to do it, that makes sense financially. Those things are all on the table.
Yeah. Or underneath the casino.
Yeah, certainly there's the connections that had existed previously under the rail lines.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much through the chair. I think our community has built the vision for the yards, and we're now acting on that vision, which is really exciting. And I think just for context, I believe that neighborhood plan was one of the most comprehensive public engagements actually we've seen in Regina's history. So I'm comfortable with it, and I actually want to thank previous councils, the warehouse business community, but also the broader community that spent a lot of time on it. I just have a couple of questions regarding our process. In that neighborhood plan, there's several sections. One is related to land use. And it indicates that within the plan area, the city would prohibit land uses and development that are inappropriate for mixed-use, pedestrian-orientated environment. And several of the things they say that would be incompatible with the vision of that area would be things like, large outdoor storage, large manufacturing, and things that require like significant automobile use, not parking, but like drive-through restaurants, gas stations, big industrial uses. So in the context of our RFP, how do you read that, and will that be reflected in the RFP, given that we're using this neighborhood plan as sort of our anchor vision for development?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the mayor. Yeah, the neighborhood plan, as all neighborhood plans are, large sort of guiding documents to provide that sort of direction. And so it's something that we provide out to the developers, and they can respond to it. If a developer were to propose something that isn't permissible, there is an option in which a amendment to a neighborhood plan could be considered, and that would be through work with planning. But again, I think that because of the amount of work that's gone into the plan and the vision, that sets the initial framework.
Through the chair, is it fair to say, given that this neighborhood plan is our anchor and our vision, and that the community built it, that we will make it clear to developers that we're not looking for things like gas stations and manufacturing and large industrial uses?
Through the mayor, correct. I think those things, everyone will, anytime a certain land use is mentioned, people immediately have a vision. I think at this level, the site isn't actually that big. It is about the same size as the Costco parcel out in East Regina. And so the number of things that can be fit onto it, is relatively limited. And so the developers will have to think through exactly how all parcels and land uses interact with each other. So.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, one of the things the neighborhood plan says, and that consultation extensively with the warehouse community has sort of reaffirmed, is our interest in protecting and reinforcing built history. There's a lot of great architecture there. And so my question in this case is around architectural or contract controls. And what is administration's intention in terms of how to engage with the community on those expectations, and will they be sort of firm expectations, or will you be assessing a developer's plan to use something like contract controls within the parameters of sort of built history and fitting in with the architectural uniqueness of that area?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the mayor. The city has already developed a set of architectural design guidelines that incorporate the architectural elements of the existing warehouse district. And unlike zoning guidelines, which are a function of council, land owners or land developers will oftentimes implement as a landowner architectural design guidelines. But there also is an opportunity to work with builders in the sense that you don't want to impose some sort of a design guideline that adds an unreasonable level of complexity or cost to a project that ultimately kills a project. And so, you know, a nice thing with a good set of design guidelines is that there is some flexibility to consider maybe different approaches to achieving the end goals that exist within those guidelines. And so we do have a set created, and we will be including those as part of the RFP when it's issued. But I also expect there's an opportunity to massage some of those things to ensure that they don't create a unnecessary burden that makes it challenging to develop anything. So.
Thank you. Through the chair, forgive me, I don't know the name of the actual development, but one of the developments I think we've seen that has been just absolutely excellent in our community in recent years is the development just south of College Avenue in Naked Bean, Stapleford sort of Physio, which is a real mixed use development with some great architecture. Is that type of development, well, different, given that it's a different area? How would you view a development like that vis-a-vis something like the Yards?
Mr. Jedlik?
Through the mayor, that is a great example of a large infill site that has good continuity between all of the structures in place. And so I think that can be celebrated as a great success of a project that's worked well and added considerably to the local community.
Thank you. Last question is the neighborhood plan also has several principles which won't surprise anybody, and that speaks to you know, mixed use, housing, but also interconnectivity with the downtown, and not necessarily speaking about a specific type of interconnectivity, but when we put out the RFP, will you be looking for responses that advance those things? Obviously, we're contractually obligated to have a certain amount of housing, but in the weighting methodology we've discussed, will those two things be prioritized and looked for in a proponent's response?
Through the mayor, yes, those are, that's part of the vision and project understanding, because that connectivity between the warehouse district and the downtown and the Yards is a key consideration with the neighborhood plan. You know, the connectivity along Broad as well as Albert Street are important, and then there are ways to either go under or over the rail lines.
Okay, I think just finally, you know, I and I suspect all of us, you know, would agree it's really critical. I think we've heard to remove political involvement in this process. I think, you know, we've had a healthy discussion on what we're looking to realize at the Yards, and what we're looking to realize is ultimately the view of the community that built that vision and neighborhood plan. So I'm comfortable with our approach. I want to thank administration. I want to thank the warehouse bid and those members, previous councillors, businesses that have been working on this for many, many, many years. I think it's really exciting, so appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions today, and I'll certainly be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sorry,
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Radens first. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, I just saw my light got turned off there for a sec. Okay, so thank you so much for answering the question regarding keeping the politics out of the wishes of developers here. And I see that as a fair process. And so then we as council don't have a biased, you know, decision-making towards what goes there. So I prefer to leave it in the hands of administration, and I trust them to do that fairly. So what I see, just a question in regards to how much I think Councillor Zakiniak answered or asked about how much is allotted to there, and all of that might not be going to it. Can you confirm that for me? How much was allotted for that space from the city? Or was there anything?
Mr. Jedlik?
Through the mayor, in the report, it details that there'd be up to $26 million available, of which 5.5 million would come from other levels of government and based on previous funding agreements, and 20.5 million could come from the city. As to whether or not all of it would be required, I think goes to the question that Councillor Rasevich had asked previously in terms of just depending on what type of development occurs. So.
Okay, thank you. And so it's probably a good thing that I don't get to decide on what goes there, but I do believe that revitalizing and obviously getting our downtown to, you know, boost people going there. I've been to a few places in downtowns like Winnipeg, the Forks, where it's a huge gathering place that people come to, and it's always busy. Picaroons in Fredericton, where people gather right beside the river. It was an old heritage building that was redone, and people gather, like 3,000 people will go to watch a sporting event on the screen. And so I kind of envision almost something like that, but it's a good thing that I am not getting the opportunity to decide on what goes there. And I say I trust administration's decisions on that. And so I'm looking forward to moving forward on the yards, and so let's get a move on and making things happen there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are just about the bottom of the hour, so we are going to take our mandatory 15-minute break, and we'll continue with questions after that. So we'll be back at 2:45. Okay, we're going to get started right away, so if folks could grab their seats, please. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and it'll be over to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. I'm really happy that the Yards is going forward, and this is a great next step. And for the request for proposals, I think that's really great. I did have some questions about the criteria. We do have the recommendation here. I wanted to know what documents we are using for our criteria to determine what our values and project understanding are. Like, do we have master plans? Do we have things? What are we looking at when we're looking at these percentages?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. I'll start and then I'll pass it off to my colleague, Mr. Jedlick. I would say, big picture, obviously, lots of interest in this land. We will evaluate against the community plans, the warehouse vision, all of those things. That's what we will assess against. And, you know, vision and community benefit added together are 40% of the criteria. So that's the big moving piece here that we'll be evaluating against. And I'll pass it off to Mr. Jedlick for more details around how we determined all that criteria.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the mayor. So within the recommendation section of the report, number 2 has the, approve the mandatory requirements of the NRFP to include compliance with the following. So the new Building Canada Fund, provincial and territorial infrastructure agreement, expected results, which include construction of 1 public park, minimum of 150 dwelling units, up to 50% tree canopy. B is the Yards neighborhood plan, and C is the corrective action plan. So those are mandatory requirements that will be included in the evaluation. And then when we get into point 1 of the recommendation, it does lay out the vision and project understanding at 25%, company and team experience 25%. And is it those components that you'd like me to dive a little bit deeper into?
I guess I'm also interested in our strategic plan. So we have the Indigenous inclusion and we have sustainability, which are 2 of our values, but I would also like to see how accessibility is part of this and how our strategic priorities are part of the vision and project understanding and those measurables and plans.
Okay. So specific to those 2, with the Indigenous inclusion, we are looking at I'll just pop over to that point. There are different ways that respondents may elect to include Indigenous participation. We have spoken with a couple of First Nations communities that I expect will plan to either respond, whether they're leading it or whether equity partner with others. Indigenous can also be included as a potential purchaser of a serviced parcel for a development. There's also theming that may be incorporated, and so there's a number of ways that that inclusion may come through in proponents' visions, and so we're looking for them to lay that out. From an accessibility standpoint, that would be evaluated consistent with the neighborhood plan, which has a fair bit in terms of connectivity and mobility requirements within it. So.
Yes. So can we request or make sure that our strategic plan is part of that vision and project understanding? We spent a lot of time on that, figuring out our measurables and our vision as a whole, I guess.
Through the mayor, yes, we can include that. You know, my feeling is that respondents will be looking to put forward proposals that, you know, achieve the goals that we lay out as a city, and the strategic priorities of council are noted.
Okay. And when it comes to things like, let's say it says community benefit and sustainability, these are pretty open-ended. So we don't have the measuring sticks of particular lead standards or anything like that. They're going to come to us with that, and then we'll select from that. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. So our proponents will come to us, and we'll just rate it based on these. Okay, understood. I do somewhat share the concerns of some of my counselors that we're not going to see this again, but I do understand that the RFP process is very difficult to do properly. So I understand why we are hands-off. But it is difficult because we do carry the public risk and the elected risk. And our city does look at us, and we do carry the decisions of administration and wear it, whatever they happen to be. So I think that is important to note, that we are the ones being held accountable, and we are trusting you with those decisions, and we will wear this decision, whatever it may be. But I understand the legalities of it. So thank you. So is there any more criteria that we should be aware of on this? And what is financial return?
Through the mayor, first off, we recognize the ask and appreciate the trust that we are asking for, and also take this project very seriously and recognize the impact it stands to have on the city and our community. In terms of financial return, things that will be important to us in terms of evaluating it are whether or not the vision that's proposed is actually executable, in the sense that it's you know, going to be able to be constructed on a timeline that makes sense, and so that's one aspect of it. With any sort of development project like this, we're interested in seeing cash flows, land sale revenues, capital investment required, and we can also consider ongoing operating expenses through the lens of a city. So certain proponents have looked at this and, you know, may elect to include the roadways as municipally owned roadways. So they'd be subdivided out as a roadway, and the city would be responsible for maintaining that over time. Other proponents that we've had preliminary conversations with might be interested in taking the whole site as is, in which case the city would not inherit any maintenance obligations or long-term obligations over that infrastructure for roads. So there's different ways that proponents may look at this site, and those will have different impacts on the city's operations into the future.
Okay, would financial return maybe also apply to the tax revenue we get from the future development?
Through the mayor, yes, that's a consideration that we take into account as the future property tax is generated. Knowing that it might be easy for a proponent to suggest that there is going to be 20-story high-rises on the site that would generate tremendous property taxes in the future, we've asked, or we will be asking in the NRFP for any of those sort of projections on housing units and absorption to be substantiated through market data, so that the visions presented are realistic, and the tax revenue expected from those properties is also realistic.
Okay. And then we do have pricing at 8%. So if the city is not participating in funding this or in this is private investment, does it really matter what the pricing is, or how does that affect us?
Through the mayor, the pricing relates more to types of fees that may be charged. So there will be government funding going into the servicing of the site, the land development components. Fees you might typically see in a project like this would be development management fees or construction management fees, and we want to ensure that those fees are reasonable. But in terms of the pricing, it does receive a slightly lower ranking, simply in the sense that we're more concerned with community impact and alignment with the vision, and the fees are I guess, on the lower end of the ranking.
Okay, thanks so much. Just so that I understand this and clarification, so this is going to go out for RFP, and it will come back with your recommended proposal based on this criteria. Do we have any more development obligations past that? And then I guess my other question would be, in our budget booklet, we do have that $250,000 sort of put aside for the yards and the baseball right now. What happens to that and this? How do they interact with each other? Does one disappear, or is one there, or how does that resolve?
I'll perhaps start and then turn it over to Mr. Anderson for the ball diamond question. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Could you just repeat the question, Councillor?
I think I probably rambled a bit there. I'm sorry. I guess the last question was, with that $250,000 we have in our budget book for the baseball stadium, and then we have this RFP, how do we resolve it so there's not a perceived perception that we're already supporting one project and not other proponents? Like, how do we resolve this to make it all make sense?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the mayor. So yeah, these are two independent things, so that they're not tied together. We will discuss probably at budget time the amount that the city has in the forecast for a ball diamond, but that is not tied to yards in any way. That is a separate issue that came out of council, but is not tied to the yards in any way.
Okay, so if that perception exists in the public, that would be incorrect right now, and we'll resolve it at budget time by taking that out or revising it or however, but we'll resolve that at budget time, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. So if there is a perception out there, it's incorrect. These two things are independent of one another, and I assume council will want to debate and discuss that item of the forecast.
Okay, and then under 6, it does say that the land development component of the yards development be funded by $20.5 million from the land development reserve. Is that to develop it before, or can you talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead. Through the mayor. So yes, we've done a preliminary estimate, and so we've essentially set aside funds to complete what we believe to be the extent of potential work involved in remediating a site, creating the appropriate berms if residential development occurs, installing the underground infrastructure, as well as putting a public park into the facility. There are a couple of other things, such as removing the old abandoned railway bridge across Broad Street and the development of stormwater management solutions. So that is sort of the total funds that have been set aside, of which 5.5 would come through that previously approved funding agreement with the federal and provincial government. And then we have already set aside our commitment to that agreement in future cash flows of the Land Development Reserve. So that's where the city's funds would come from. Whether or not the full 26 million is required will be based on the type of development that's proposed and the construction costs at the time.
So with that 20.5 million from the land development reserve, will that affect any other projects not going ahead or moving anything around in our priority list?
Through the mayor, it does not. It's been worked into the cash flow forecasts because it is a previous commitment of council.
And are we doing okay with our land development reserve collecting funds from other developments and things? I know we've been using a lot from it, so I was just wondering to make sure we're still getting money put into it.
Through the mayor, yes, we monitor the land development reserve closely, and anytime a commitment is made for funds that would come out of that, they're added to the cash flow forecast, and likewise, if a commitment goes away, it's removed from there. So,
the land development reserve wasn't on a previous audit report that we just discussed, so I just wanted to ask, are we concerned about the land development reserve funding at all in our reserve funding?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. No, it is not near the minimum. So in regards to that other report, right now we're seeing strong cash flows, and the team has a good forecast of cash coming in and out, and there's no concerns to communicate at this time.
The land development reserve, the minimum, didn't we just increase the minimum to be negative something or other? What is the minimum of the land development reserve?
Councillor, you have about 10 seconds left.
Through the chair, yes, the new minimum is now minus $10 million. The reason for that being it's essentially a land development company running through a reserve. In order to invest in land development, you need to invest in the land before you can sell it. So you have to have an ability to go into the negative when at the beginning of big projects. Currently, we're not there. We're not expecting to be near the minus 10 million. But we set it at 10 just to communicate this, as that's the most we feel comfortable borrowing against ourselves. So while we may, in the future with council, decide to do a larger project that requires more than a $10 million investment, we would then have to find other funding sources. We wouldn't want to borrow against our other reserves and capital carry forward more than $10 million.
Will we stay in the plus, or will we be negative after this one?
Through the mayor, right now our forecast is that we wouldn't be going into the negative. Timing of stuff, like there's lots of stuff that runs through that reserve. We may slip into the negative at any given point, given just timing of cash flows. If we get money invested into a parcel of land early due to there being no snow this year. But again, no forecasted concerns that we would be in the negative for any kind of material time.
Okay. I am a bit concerned that we could be possibly putting ourselves into the negative with this land development reserve, but I do think I feel very positively about the yards and moving forward with the yards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. First, very exciting. I think we were just at Dudney opening, and that was a really great thing to see. And already seeing both pedestrian and traffic towards the stores. So I see a lot of great potential in that area. There's just a couple of things within the report and within some of the comments that were made that I have some questions about. First is in terms of the housing range that is in the report. I know the minimum is set out by the potential federal funding at 150, and it's like 150 to 1,200. So that range is pretty huge. So I'm wondering, given our $20 million investment in the area, what other things in terms of development in the area would be considered a success in terms of this space?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the mayor, yeah, you know, when we talk about assessing the vision and the community benefit, it's really against the community plan that we have set out that went through extensive consultation, previous councils, and then the vision that the warehouse district has for that area as well, and we'll be assessing against that. We don't want to presuppose anything onto the marketplace. What we're really looking for here is for our partners in the market to be very creative and to put ideas forward that meet these requirements, but also doesn't tie them down to anything more specific, given that we're now asking a broader community to provide input on what that space can be.
All right. And then the other thing that came up today that's, I know, a contentious issue for many folks, parking. So I know that it was mentioned that we had a report on parking. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be at the warehouse meeting yesterday where that was presented. But within the report, there were some things that were summarized in there. One of which is that, through the chair, it says that our parking is highly utilized. Now, could I just have some clarification? Does highly utilized parking, does that mean our free on-street parking or all parking choices available within the area, including the paid parking spaces?
Okay, go ahead.
Through the mayor, the parking in the warehouse bid utilization is at about approximately 80%, which included public and private. And I guess there's an extra layer on there in terms of time of usage. So I think 80% would be most users were using that parking for less than 2 hours time limits. The remaining 20% were kind of over that 2-hour time limit. So out of the approximately 2,000 parking units or parking availability in the warehouse bid. So.
Sorry, could you please repeat the last part?
So there's approximately 2,000 parking stalls available in the overall warehouse district.
So that includes both our free on-street parking and then kind of in-park and all those other parking choices?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other thing was the report states that structure parking is essential, but it doesn't list a mandatory requirement for developers. So does this mean that it might set us up for a future scenario where whatever selected partner asks the city to subsidize a parkade because the project, as our report suggests, it's essential in the area?
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. I would say, important, now that we have this study, we will be addressing that when evaluating the different proposals. And if we found that that would be a risk, as Mr. Jellick had pointed out, either in traffic congestion or not enough parking, that it was creating a problem, it would probably score lower, all else being equal. So we're expecting the people who put ideas forward here to address both traffic and parking as part of their plan.
And through these initiatives, given the type of neighborhood that it is, and I think is such a great space, and there's so much potential for it to be another one of our great walkable neighborhoods, is that part of the planning and in the forefront of what we're doing to consider that, in addition to also catering to subsidizing parking through other ways?
Through the chair, I would say, yeah, as part of the community plan, we would be assessing against all of that vision in the community plan. And so that's why, there's lots of concerns around this stuff, and we understand that, and it's hard to pin down someone until they give us their vision. Once we get that vision, we will be asking all of these same questions of the proponents.
All right. And just one last question. So given the fact that oftentimes whenever we do underground parking, that often increases the cost of the units built in, if there's housing with underground parking, for example, if it's for housing, will the NRFP encourage proponents to have unbundled parking models so that the residents are not stuck with subsidizing parking even if they are not, if they don't drive and they don't use cars?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start at eye level and pass to Mr. Jedlick for more details. I would say, you know, that level of detail isn't being contemplated right now. We're interested in what would work from a market perspective. We want to get market data on whatever is proposed. But part of the criteria wouldn't be around who pays for parking. We would be taking that as a whole, and maybe I'll let Mr. Jedlick put some more detail on that.
Yeah. Mr. Jedlick?
Through the mayor, what becomes clear with the parking study is that the existing warehouse community right now would benefit from additional parking. And so what we don't want to do is have the yards create such parking demand that it spills over into the warehouse district and causes greater concern. Now, parking is an interesting thing because it varies by time of day and type of use and everything. And so having the parking study completed in advance of issuing this is actually quite beneficial because it provides great baseline information for respondents to consider in terms of uses. But the hope is that whatever we do on the yards is complementary and you know, works well with the existing neighborhood. I will say that you know, by its nature, a mixed-use community, high density and whatnot, you need a lot of people to make that work, and people in the city of Regina get around by vehicle for the most part, by cars, right? And so these are challenges that that we will have to work through and consider, but yeah, so it's all, we'll wait for respondents to come forward and see what sort of solutions they propose.
Thank you so much for that. I think overall some great questions asked from my colleagues, and at the end of the day, it's really great to see projects moving forward and moving forward with this development because, as I mentioned earlier, seeing opening of Junior Avenue was really great and all the excitement around it. So I look forward to seeing something similar with development on the yards. Thank you.
Sir Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I think everyone's aware of my position on parking. I may have some yes parking t-shirts on order, but it's that important to me. A future thriving hub is potential here with this development here, but many people will partake in these various activities by traveling by vehicle. As we hand over the keys to the administration, I just want to understand what they believe the community sentiment and what the administration's position is on this parking, because there's always been a swing, an ebb and a flow to more parking, more public transit, and I was just looking for a quick, brief summary. I don't want to drag it out. Thank you.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the mayor, I would say that good developers need their sites to function properly. If people don't want to go to a certain area because of parking constraints or poor access, or then the value of that site decreases. As a city, you know, we're making a commitment into the land development component of this, which is everything underground. And we're looking for the private developers to invest in everything above ground. And so good developers will want to ensure that their sites have sufficient parking to make them marketable. I think a couple of weeks ago we heard from West Oak, who's proposing a development on Broad Street, and they talked about how aware they are of parking ratios on residential buildings and what is required to make those units marketable. And so, you know, I believe that we attract quality developers. They will need this site to function properly to protect their investment in vertical development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have one question. If council, is there any legal risks or implications if council was to inject themselves into the procurement process? Go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thanks for the question. I'll maybe just go back to Mr. Anderson's comment about this being best practice. And a significant part of the reason why it is best practice is because this area generally tends to be a bit fraught from a litigation risk perspective for the city. So when you think about it, if you have a good process, you're always going to have more unsuccessful proponents that are unhappy with your decision than the one who wins the award. So they may be looking for ways to challenge how the decision was made. And the city's legal obligation is to ensure that it runs a fair process. So I would say from that perspective, council's opportunity and their moment to have input is today when you're establishing what the evaluation criteria are, so that, well, number one, you are ensuring that by establishing those criteria, you're getting the types of proposals that you want to see on the site, but also then that those criteria are fully disclosed to the proponents through the invitation process, because they'll cater their bids to those criteria. And then those are the only legal criteria that can form the basis for the award. So I think Councillor Zakiniak actually described it quite well, that the reason why we recommend against doing those evaluations in a public forum is because it creates that risk or opportunity, real or perceived, that there are undisclosed criteria that are being factored into the decision, such as political influence, or could be a variety of other things. But in theory, at least, it doesn't matter who makes the decision because it's only based on the criteria that have been established. So, I mean, there is a risk when you go away from the recommended best practice.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So for those reasons, as well as all the other reasons we heard, why it's important that we stick to a very fair, transparent, and non-political process, I'll support the recommendation as presented. And finally, I just want to also thank all of the businesses on Dewdney and all the residents on Dewdney who lived through the years of construction. And I'm very, very happy to see that open for business, and very excited to move this forward so we can see what's next. So with that, I don't see any further questions. I will go to Councillor Sickles to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo what you just said. Fantastic. I think this has been a really good discussion. I've been for this from the start. The only part that I was worried about was I have a lot of new residents in my community that may want to chime in on design and so on. They've lost that opportunity because we were done as of 2020. So I just want them to know that I'm okay with this. They can talk to me anytime. I should have read this report, the Yards, what's it called? The Yards Neighborhood Plan. I've read it now. It's excellent. I love the design ideas. It even talks about parking, which makes me happy. I'm particularly interested as governors for us to look at A, what's the vision? I think we have a strong one, and B, what Councillor Flores hinted at, which is how do we measure success? To me, it means people actually go down there and use it, whether they walk there, take transit, or drive down there, and we need to be able to handle all of those things. And by looking at this report, it appears that our predecessors did a great job putting it together. I want to give kudos out to them. Past council, past mayors, and I'm all for this. Let's get to it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 25-160, Western Potash Agreement. And I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Sir, 1 second, please. Right. Your Mayor, the report came to us during executive committee. Sorry, 1 second, please. Mayor, City Council considered this report in Executive Committee and makes the recommendation that's in our report.
Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, thank you. And the seconder, Councillor Raddens. Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, any questions from councillors on the report? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Excuse me, thank you. What I'm just, this was considered in a private session, for a variety of reasons. Is that accurate? Like, that's when it came to executive committee in private. And so if someone can expand on like why, maybe not why we consider things in private, but why this particular report was considered in private, unless I'm wrong, just for the benefit of others, that'd be helpful.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, this report was considered a private exec, and the primary reason that it was considered in private exec was just some legal implications regarding the agreement and the termination.
And so what I'm wondering is what can be shared publicly around the recommendation from administration to essentially terminate the agreement and forgive outstanding amounts owed? What can be shared publicly around that rationale?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I can share a few different items. And so the City of Regina entered into a 45-year agreement with Western Potash back in 2012. The city has received over $1 million from Western Potash for that agreement, and we're asking for the waiving of $655,000 for outstanding fees. There's been zero cost to the city besides staff time, and so this has been a positive experience for the city, and we're always open for business in the future if any entity is looking to enter into an agreement with us for recycled wastewater.
Okay, thank you. And the amount that we are forgiving is standby fees, which I think is essentially, my understanding, just that should there have been, just to sort of like, it's like a retainer sort of, but if you can expand on the standby fees. And as you mentioned, there's been no cost to the city. It's just to have this arrangement. That's what the fees were for, but we lost no money. We're just not able to collect these extra funds.
Through the chair, that is correct. And so the outstanding amount is the amount that was in the contract for the city to hold the right for Western Potash to access treated wastewater. The city did not lose any funding or is not out any expense. It's strictly the contract that was struck back in 2012.
And the reason why we aren't able to collect these extra funds, like, and that the city doesn't recommend trying to recover them, if you can expand on that a bit?
Sure. So through the chair, Western Potash is currently going through some challenges to find investments to create their potash mine. And so currently there's a significant amount of outstanding funds that Western Potash owes to other entities, and we don't expect the city to be successful in recovering those funds.
So the recommendation is not to use our resources and money trying to recover funds that we won't be able to, like, that there's we're highly unlikely to be able to recover. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And so this would put an end to this agreement, and should there be the desire for a new agreement with anyone in the future, that can be considered. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Great, thanks, that's all I have.
Councillor Sickles, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Well, you win some, you lose some. Can you talk to us, probably this would be to Mr. Anderson, how do we book something like this when we set up an agreement?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so yeah, we would recognize the revenue and set up a receivable based on the terms of the contract. So in this case, it was paying for access to this, to our treated wastewater. So we would have booked the revenue and the receivable at that time is when it came due. In this instance, because we became aware of financial difficulties, we had put it in our allowance for doubtful accounts. And so this is simply the process of actually writing it off. So taking it out of our allowance and writing it off. That doesn't mean that if there was an ability for us to collect later, we couldn't still collect. It's more of an accounting process.
So like an elephant, we always remember.
Through the chair, yes.
Are there any other amounts that are sitting in there? Like what would the total amount of our uncollected contract fees be?
Through the chair, I would say I don't think we would have a large number in the allowance of collected fees. Most of our allowance is around property taxes on businesses and households.
Are there any other learnings from this?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, from my perspective, this has been a successful process with city administration and the company Western Potash. We would enter into another agreement in the future to reserve access to treated wastewater. It costs the city nothing, and utilizing treated wastewater is a positive item in the future that can be considered. So I think the learnings is that we need to be flexible and open to business in the future.
Which we are. Thank you. Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Seeing none, I will go to Councillor Burton. Would you like to close debate?
I'm fine.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll move to delegations for CR 25-161, Heritage Demolition 2184 12th Avenue. I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-227, Jackie Schmidt. Once you're settled, I will get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Jackie Schmidt. I'm with Heritage Regina, and I live in the city of Regina. Your worship and members of council, Heritage Regina continues to strongly advocate for the preservation in place of the two Tyndallstone walls of the Credit Francier building at 2184 12th Avenue, an important character-defining resource within the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. Our request: retain and underpin the two Tyndallstone facades, allowing the remainder of the building to be removed and redeveloped as needed to accommodate the city's proposed square park and the property owner's long-term plans. This approach fully aligns with the Victoria Park Heritage Bylaw, the standards and guidelines for conservation of historic places in Canada, both of which direct municipalities and owners to conserve heritage resources in place whenever possible. The Credit Francier building holds heritage value because of its location, streetscape presence, and materials, not simply because of its age. According to the standards and guidelines, state that do not remove, replace, or substantially alter intact or remove repairably character-defining elements. Do not move a part of the historic place if its location is a character-defining element. Protect and, if necessary, stabilize a historic place until subsequent intervention is undertaken. The two Tyndallstone walls are the character-defining elements. They are intact, structurally stable, and remain in their original, meaningful location. Donald Luxon and Associate, the city's own contracted heritage consultants, confirmed that the building was not suffering from years of neglect or lack of maintenance. The damage is attributed to the exposure to the fire and vandalism, and then after the exposure to the elements. None of these conditions justify demolition under the heritage policy. Vandalism is never an acceptable reason for removing a designated heritage element. In fact, active sites deter vandalism far better than empty spaces. The city's own proposal, option 1, the final sentence states that the building may be carefully dismantled when feasible and salvaged for the future development where practical. Feasible and practical are loopholes large enough to ensure that the facade is never reconstructed, never integrated, or never returned to the district. This would effectively erase the heritage value of the bylaw was created to protect. Preserving the facade does not impede the new square park. A braced or pinned stabilized facade will frame the park and create a richer sense of place than an empty lot or a temporary landscape could. Economic cultural benefits attract businesses, foot traffic, and tourism. They increase neighboring property values. They reduce vacancy and contribute to safety. They provide authenticity, something new construction can't replicate. A vibrant downtown needs buildings, not gravel pads. A streetscape with heritage draws people, and an empty site does not. Demolition is not environmentally neutral. Sending the credit foncier to the landfill creates significant unnecessary waste. St. Boniface Cathedral in Winnipeg offers a perfect example of after a fire destroyed the 1908 structure, the facade portions of the sidewalls and the sacristy were stabilized and underpinned in place. The elements remain today. The ruins have suffered no major deterioration since stabilization 114 years ago. This retention and stabilization, this approach protects the character-defining elements, respects standards and guidelines, allows the square park to be developed as planned, maintains continuity of the streetscape, prevents another avoidable heritage loss, supports economic and cultural vitality downtown, and demonstrates municipal leadership in heritage stewardship. In conclusion, Heritage Regina creates far more, heritage districts create far more beyond the buildings themselves. Their presence boosts the vitality and market strength of nearby non-heritage buildings, a benefit consistently observed in cities with well-preserved historic areas. When combined with the social benefits of these districts provided fostering identity, connection, and cultural vibrancy, and the environmental value gained by retaining embedded energy and avoiding demolition waste, the cumulative impact is unmistakable. Heritage conservation delivers returns that exceed economic measures alone, strengthening its city in ways that are financial, social, and sustainable. We owe it to the city, to the future generations, and to the values enshrined in our own bylaws to protect what remains. Heritage Regina asks Council to uphold the purpose and integrity of the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District by saving the facade in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a question from Councillor Siklees. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Ms. Schmidt, if we were to put a motion forward that, and if it was possible to do so, I don't know, but to save the facade in storage till something new was built and then reapply the facade, would that satisfy you?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. I think there's just too many elements for like damage to the stones or they won't fit back in place. And, you know, this council will not be remembered and they'll toss it. Because there's too many feasible and practical, and option 1 are too easy to get out of.
To get out of? I don't understand.
So option 1 for the city was to take the building down and replace it if feasible and if plausible. It's too vague.
Mm-hmm. But a motion that I'm describing would not make it vague. Would you be happy with that?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. So just to make sure I understand what you're asking for, it sounds like it's option 1 with an amendment to retain and underpin the 2 Tyndall stone facades. That's what I got from your presentation. So it's an amended version of option one where we maintain the facade, like you said, and underpin it. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, I believe you're saying that option one is a viable option if it's underpinned in place.
Yeah.
It would also give the square park more character
Mhm.
and draw more people to the site.
Yeah, so that's what you, the change that you're asking for is just to retain and underpin the facade. That's the concern that you have with the recommendation. It's too loose, and with that language, Heritage Regina supports that option moving forward. Underpin the facade, and then understanding that the damage to the building, the other things that may need to happen, as long as the facade is maintained and underpinned.
Through the chair, yes. As long as it's underpinned in
Right.
place.
Yes, understood. Yeah, your language was to retain and underpin the two Tyndall stone facades.
Through the chair, correct. So
Yeah.
it's my understanding that the back part of the building has been damaged extreme since the fire and exposure, since the fire, water damage from the hoses that leaked through the building.
Mhm.
So we're okay with like the demolishing of the entire building, except for those two Tyndall stone facade walls
Mhm.
that represent the protected area of the Victoria Park Conservation District bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Appreciate
you.
it.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here and sharing your knowledge. Just for people out there, when we're talking about a facade, we're talking about the front of the building only, right? That's what a facade is?
Through the chair, yes.
Yes.
The parts that you see that are Tyndall stone, which are on 12th Street and then the side street, those are the two remaining sides that should be saved.
And so people can see a picture in their head. So it would be similar to like how the Cornwall Center has facades of old buildings right within the lobby?
Through the chair, no, because those facades were not actually there. That facade you see in the Cornwall was probably 50 feet away, and that is not the facade. It's only the architectural detail that surrounded the front door.
Okay, well, there you go. So in that context, when we're talking about environment where a building is built, is it important for the heritage value to be where it was constructed or sense of place? Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, yes, that's what it states in the standards and guidelines of restoring heritage buildings, which is what all cities use to develop their heritage policies.
Okay, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is there a particular history or reason this particular building has history or story you can tell us about it?
The building has history, which I believe the people that are after me can tell you more about, but this is part of the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District, which was created to actually get a skyway from the towers to the FCC building. And to be able to do that, they created that sidewalk internally on Scar Street. And so they wanted the owners to pay for that, but they knew that the owners weren't going to give up 12 feet of their shop and also pay for an internal sidewalk. So the city came back and said, how about if we protect these heritage facades? This was a policy written by Heritage Regina and put forth by the bid downtown, and that's how they got the money to do the interior skywalk or skyway, and it protected Scar Street down to Burns Hanley, which was that building on the other side of the Credit Francier, and it protects all the buildings that surround the Victoria Park.
Okay. Thank you so much for that history. I'll let other people ask you questions.
Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, for your presentation. Is there any development plan for that block or adjacent lots or in that area?
I can tell you what I think through the chair, but I think you need to ask the people that own the building. I'm sure there's a developer that wants it, but they would want the new owners to clear it off so they don't look bad.
So there's no explicit plan right now for the property?
I think
as far
this
as you understand?
originally, when we were working with Burns Hanley, the developer, the owner of Burns Hanley, which was wanting to incorporate this building into Tower 4, but the economy is not good for that right now, so this lot would stand empty for at least 10 years, and then they would reassess what the market holds.
So, you know, we have a heritage property. I like the facade. I've walked by it many times, but it ends up being kind of on an island right now. And are you asking that we just keep it the exact same because we need to keep it the exact same? Or are there any options that would be acceptable to you to find some common ground or some options that would work with the various stakeholders that are involved, from Heritage Regina to the downtown people to the developers?
Through the chair, like Councillor Zaczynski said, that option would be the one that pertains to administration and to the developer, who's unknown at this point, and to the owners.
And why do you feel an integration into a future building is not acceptable?
Through the chair, a future building?
Yes.
I think whatever the future building is that abides by the standards and guidelines would be acceptable.
Oh, sorry, in another location.
Because that doesn't fit with the standards and guidelines of preserving heritage properties in Canada.
Okay. Through the chair, what happened with the Cornwall Centre? There's the buildings that face on to 11th Avenue, the ones that just to the right as you enter, an older building there. There's the facade, the bank facades that's in the middle by the escalator. Were any of those moved, or how many of them were they all there in the first place?
Through the chair, it's my understanding, because this is before my time, but the bank building, that is just the facade, just the frame over the door, and it was moved. And actually, the door that is McCallum Hill, that door was moved too, but it was saved and put to the side of Tower 1.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, you mentioned that Burns Hanley. So was that a heritage building? Burns
Through the
Hanley?
chair, that was, yes, Burns Hanley was the last building to the north of the Credit Francier.
Okay.
Burns Hanley, Novia Cafe. They touch in the back. They just need this one.
So is like Burns Hanley, like
Burns Hanley is demolished, and the bricks sit in somewhere. We don't know how well they're kept, how they're going to wear over 10 years. So whenever it's time to redevelop on this lot, the developers get to make the decision whether they put those bricks back up.
Okay, so that facade is stored, I guess?
Yes,
right?
it is.
Okay, so I guess there's no rules, or I guess nothing that's forcing them to use that facade on that building again?
It's on, through the chair, I believe it's on their title that it's in storage and that they're to put it back up, but it's up to the contractors or whoever, the architects, to say, oh, I'm sorry, these bricks don't work anymore.
Okay. And I don't know if you know the answer to this question. I guess my thoughts were, I guess if you take it apart and you store it, there's going to be a cost to, I guess, the owner. But then also, if you keep it in place and just stabilize it, there'll be a cost. And I'm just wondering what the comparatives are in terms of that kind of a cost. I could ask administration, maybe they might know that answer better, but I'm wondering, maybe they're both the same almost over time. I don't know.
So through the chair, heritage buildings have a maintenance policy. So just like they got the district, the sidewalk, the internal sidewalk paid for, that was money from a heritage fund. And so the Credit Francier would also be eligible for that, and has been since the heritage policy came into effect in the 80s.
Okay, so that, sorry for my ignorance, but the Heritage Fund, is that funded by the city, I guess? I'm assuming, do you know that?
Through the chair, the city administration has
Yeah, I'll have to ask
incentives.
that question.
Pardon?
Okay. Oh, I'll ask them that question.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know. But, okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have a question. Well, you mentioned continuity of streetscape. What's your perspective or Heritage Regina's perspective in terms of the continuity of streetscape along 12th Avenue with this building and the Bank of Canada building and the tower beside? Kind of what's your thoughts on that continuity and what that means?
Through the chair, the continuity of the streetscape are all the pre-war buildings that are there right now, and that taking them down and creating a parking lot or a gravel pad for a while or 10 years, or because we have those vacant lots all over the city, and we're starting to destroy the streetscape that was there. So if you think of a streetscape like in the covered streets in Cathedral or in Lakeview, and if you just poked holes in that, that would be destroying the streetscape, and that's important to your heritage conservation district.
And you feel that the streetscape, like keeping the frontier, the building as is, that facade, that is contiguous, you feel, that right now with the rest of the 12th Avenue?
Through the chair, can you repeat that last part again?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you feel the facade is contiguous or matches the streetscape for what's left there. Because as you mentioned, some of those buildings have been taken down. A little bit just towards Councillor Burton's comment around, is it still the case that the streetscape is continuous, or is this one on a bit of an island at this point?
Through the chair, it is kind of an island, but it still needs to be saved because it is part of the conservation district. These buildings do not have to match each other. They're all part of a historical period, and you see the development of that period through these different buildings in the conservation district.
Okay, thank you. I'll check if any of my other colleagues have any questions still. Don't see any, so thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegations, or Delegation D 25-228, Adrian Burns, Greg Kane, and Shelley Barr. Okay, and once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, the city or town that you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Mayor Bushinsky and councilors, my name is Adrian Burns, and I'm the president of a very tiny company. You're looking at it in front of you, called Western Limited. I was born and raised in Regina. I reside west of here now in Calgary, but I maintained a home until I was 76 years old here in Saskatchewan, and I have seen that date come and go. With me today is Shelley Barr, our wonderful office manager, as well as my husband, Greg Kane, who is a member of the board. The chair of our board is my sister, Vaughn Schofield, who's receiving serious medical treatment in the care of her family and cannot be with us today. So given that, and given our age, Vaughn and I are winding down. We are not building up. We're not before you today by choice. Western Limited has been placed in the present circumstances by factors that were not of our doing and were beyond our control. Our business world was turned upside down on September 24th, 2 years ago, when Shelley received a telephone call just before 5 a.m. from our security company telling her our fire alarm had been sounded. There was a fire in the Gordon block immediately to the east. The dedicated firefighters placed fire hoses through the halls and stairwells of our building onto the fire escapes in order to pour water on the fire. It took 2 full days to control it. Our building suffered significant smoke and water damage, and our business life has been a nightmare ever since. In more than 26 months since the fire alarm, there has not been a day go by that we have not had something we had to deal with at 2184 12th Avenue, Credit Foncier, all at significant cost. Let me take you through some of the events that have taken place to place in context the current application for demolition. The unoccupied building quickly became the target for theft and vandalism, including things like the beautiful brass railings in the interior stairwell. Today, because of the release of hazardous materials, it is necessary for persons to wear hazmat suits and get permission to go in the building. Western Limited did have what we thought was comprehensive insurance. We soon found out the reality when you make what is considered to be a catastrophic claim. In order for us to properly communicate with the insurance company, we had to retain lawyers, engineers, a construction company, and specialists with respect to issues like hazardous materials, again, at very significant cost. Our initial communication with the insurance company was to discuss the amount of insurance we had to cover the cost of repairing our preferred course, the extensive damage to the building. The insurance company's interpretation of our policy and the amounts they were prepared to pay to repair were significantly below what the contractor, PCL, told us it would cost to do the actual work. To give you an order of magnitude, the PCL conceptual estimate for remediation of the building 2 years ago was $2.3 million, not including PST, GST, bonding, overtime, after-hours work, design, engineering, or a consultant fees or security. It also did not include additional costs to bring the building to code involving electrical work, handicap accessible entrances, and existing washrooms, and remediation to the elevator, a new elevator I will tell you we put in, at an additional estimated cost of $1 million. During this time, we were also hit with the first of what I call surprises. What we discovered is that our utilities had been delivered in various ways through neighboring properties that had already been demolished. Because of their demolition, we no longer had electricity, gas, or water services. The initial estimates to restore those utilities have been over $500,000. We did eventually reach an agreement with the insurance company for a cash settlement. Let me assure you, this was no windfall. The amount paid was 1.3 million taxable dollars, but we were strongly advised that further uninsured costs could be incurred that would easily exceed that amount, and they were right. We then sought advice with respect to the demolition of the building. The initial estimate we received for the demolition from Silverado Demolition is $450,000. That amount was conditional on there being no hazardous material. We now know that the amount will increase because of hazardous materials being present and because of inflation. Following the suggestion at the recent Planning Commission meeting, we also obtained an estimate to preserve the southern and western facades and to brace them. It can be done, but it will cost an extra $500,000. Approving a demolition permit on the condition the facades are preserved will cost more than $1 million, and that is without any ongoing maintenance costs for the next 10 years until someone develops the land. In the short term, Western Limited is entering into an interim plan use for the property with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. They had planned with the others on either side.
About 30 seconds left.
Such a plan is already in place for the land that surrounds our buildings to the north and the east. In the short term, this will improve downtown outdoor community space. In the long term, it will allow the sale to a new development firm with the financial ability to truly revitalize this area and significantly increase the tax base. The property is for sale to the right buyer. Finally, demolition with certain conditions is the recommendation of your administration. We think they have done an excellent job in their November 13th report, and we agree with their recommendation to you, City Council. Thank you very much for your attention, and we're very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a question here. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. Could you tell me a little bit more about the history of the building itself? I know just a little bit of the history of the building and your ownership of it.
Well, we purchased it was a legacy thing. My parents purchased it in the late 1980s. The history of the building itself, they are now deceased, of course, but the history of the building itself dates back to 1913 in that era, and was used by the company, the Credit Foncier, hence the stone that has their name on it, and went through many incarnations in the decades following that time until my parents and the company Western Limited purchased the property. After that, it was used as an office building. We had then our offices, which are now in the lower floor of Shelley's house. We had our offices on the second floor. We had a tenant on the third floor, lawyers who had to be relocated. And we were never, since the year 2011, able to rent out the lower floor because of, I'd like to, Shelley, if you could pick up on that because you were watching it at that point.
Sure, there was always a lot of break-ins. There was lawyers on the main floor, so they had constant broken windows, and the security alarms would go off at all hours of the night. So I was the one to have to go down there. So when our third floor became vacant, they moved to the third floor, and we've had a hard time. It's been vacant since 2011, since they moved out, and we've not had anybody that would rent that main floor. Our washrooms, of course, are in the basement, so there's no handicap accessible washrooms because we were grandfathered in based on the code. But now if we have to redo this building, that all changes due to everything being moved, all of our electrical panels, the handicap accessible entrances, which we do not have on that building either, and the washrooms.
And then you, sorry, did you have anything else? Okay. You also mentioned insurance and what the insurance would cover versus what the estimate that you were given. Could you speak a little bit more about the costs of bringing it up to code? And I'm trying to understand better why the insurance route wasn't an option to prepare the building to where it should be.
So because we had existing services, the insurance wouldn't pay those services to be rerouted. In order to have the services come back in where they came in on the back side of the building, which was between us and the Gordon Block building, they had to move them to the west side, northwest side of the building, which they would have brought power from behind the Legion across Cornwall Street and up to the corner. Our power meters all would have had to be moved, which then change all of our electrical panels. So all of our electrical panels on each floor would have to be upgraded. The gas, because we probably couldn't get an easement to come across where the Gordon Block was demolished, they would have to bring the gas from Victoria Park underneath the square, or like underneath the Patriarchos Plaza.
Okay.
And it would come in on the southwest corner of the building. So our power, or our gas meter would be very accessible on that street side.
But the insurance wouldn't cover it because it wasn't on.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't on site. They were having to bring it in. Remember they said?
Correct. The insurance wouldn't cover it because they had to bring it in, and it was, yeah, it's not. It was existing there, but they wouldn't cover it because we had to get new.
Okay, so the insurance wouldn't cover the cost of moving all of the utilities. You mentioned the bringing up to code things like accessibility related things. Can you speak a little bit more about that, please?
Because the building would have had to be an 80 to a 90% gut, based on the damaged interior. So when you change those kind of permits or pull permits for that, you have to change with the code. So you'd have to do handicap accessible washrooms and entrances, and that's not on either entrance. So there's a corner entrance, and then there's the main entrance on 12th.
Okay. Now, to what our delegate from Heritage Regina mentioned as an additional option in terms of underpinning the facade, why is that not a viable option? Or is that a viable option? Is it cost prohibitive, or what would be the reasoning to not be able to do that?
I apologize, through the chair. And I think if I'm hearing your question, Councillor, it's why is...
Oh, so there was a suggestion by a previous delegate in terms of keeping the front facade as standing. Is that an option? Is that something that could be done? If not, why not?
Well, I tried to address that in the remarks, and because we did go back and ask the demolition and experts and construction people after the meeting a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, it's like anything in the world can be saved, but the cost is, they're saying, probably $500,000 to do that. If you can even keep the Tyndall stone together, all of it, you know, to have a smooth facade. There are already cracks in it. But then the ongoing maintenance on an annual basis, you know, we don't even know what that might be. So it's I'm sorry, I quoted, you know, my notes when I said you've got the demolition of 450, then the reconstruction of those facades is another 500. So you're up to $1 million to do that without ongoing maintenance.
Okay. And are there any developments planned there at this point? Like post-demolition?
Through the chair, there are no developments planned, no. I believe your previous delegate had spoken to the neighbors on either side. And, sorry? Go ahead.
Through the chair, there is an interim development plan that we have negotiated with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, the BID, and that will allow them to integrate this property with the other two properties that have already been demolished, which will be beneficial in terms of the attractiveness of that BID project. That's only interim. We know there has to be a long-term development proposal. Western is simply not in a position to do a long-term development of the magnitude that will be required. And I think the key word here, we've heard it, it was really interesting listening to the discussion on the Yard neighborhood project, that revitalization is to me has become one of the key words, and you know, it was quite a fascinating discussion. We'd really like you to think of this in terms of revitalization. Demolition sounds like a negative, but it's the first step in revitalizing that area. Ultimately, it's going to be the development of the property beyond the interim, and we are not the ones to do that. Others will be. The property is for sale, and the way we've expressed it is to the right purchaser. And there will be a right purchaser, and that purchaser will come forward with a development proposal. But remember now, we're in uncertain economic times, so it's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. But the important thing in terms of satisfying the requirements today with our application for demolition is that there is an interim development that has been negotiated with the Regina BID group.
Thank you. And through the chair, you mentioned to the right purchaser. Could you elaborate a bit more about that? Are there things that you are hoping that the purchaser, their intentions and what they do with this space are? Or what do you mean by the right purchaser?
Through the chair, We have not gone that far because we simply are not capable of even thinking in terms of a larger development. But to my mind, it would be someone who would take that corner land and bring forward a development proposal that could be entirely commercial, it could be residential, it could be mixed use. But it would be, I think the important point for today's discussion is that it would be beyond the interim development proposal that we have mentioned.
All right. And then are you confident that the Tyndall stone and the elements, the heritage elements that are there right now can be safely kept as recommendation number 1 outlines for future use? Is that something, I know you can't guarantee, but it looks like you've done a lot of homework. So in the work that you've done, do we have that information to show that those elements will be kept for future use?
Our application and the discussions we've had with administration are all based on expert advice that we are receiving in terms of demolition. And with respect to the facade, what is interesting to me in terms of the expert advice we've received is that Tyndall stone itself has no significant markings or characteristics. And therefore, salvaging every stone that is there right now isn't necessary, because there can be a record of the facades to preserve the heritage record. And what is important to save would be the stone at the very top in which the original name of Credit Foncier has been engraved in the stone. It was interesting when we were talking to experts that they said we could bring Tyndall stone in that we have sourced today and build a facade, and you'd have a very difficult time telling which one was originally built in 1911 and which one was built in 2026. So it represents an excessive expense for us to have to take every one of those pieces of stone and store it for future construction in whatever manner would be necessary. Yeah. And that, with the exception of the Credit Foncier sign, which, or the stone that's been carved, and that clearly has to be preserved and protected and until there is a longer-term development.
So just to clarify, you do intend to keep the heritage elements, but the Tyndall stone, maybe not all of the Tyndall stone. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have some, I just want to clarify. What I heard, we heard two numbers, which was $500,000 to brace the facade. And then when you said $1 million, I think it was about taking it down and reconstructing it. So if you were asked to retain and underpin the two Tyndall stone facades, the cost that you've received, the estimate for that is $500,000. Is that accurate?
$1 million.
Go ahead.
The cost to preserve and then put the support in the, for those two sides would be at least $1 million.
Okay, so what was the $500,000 cost related to that?
Well, if you go into the report that is prepared by administration, they include a report that's been done by Luxton, and at page 43 of the Luxton report, he has the preliminary costing being $350,000 for exterior masonry repairs. And then the woodwork would add, for fenestration and the windows, would add another $450,000. So that has to be done even if the building remains in structure. So if the building is then demolished, you've got to support it and maintain it. And we were told that that would easily take us over $1 million.
Okay. I think I might need some clarity about what your position is here today. Are you here to support administration's recommendation whereby the building gets demolished and the facade is taken down and retained for future use, or are you suggesting something different? Through the chair.
We are suggesting that we accept the recommendation of the administration.
Okay. And so, if instead you are directed to retain and underpin the 2 Tyndall stone facades, just to clarify, the extra costs that you see associated with that is how much? What is the total price tag if you are instead directed, yes, to demolish the building, but to retain and underpin the facades? What would be the extra cost that you've identified?
Through the chair, it's $500,000 to pin just those 2 sides, the west and the north side, or sorry, the south side. It's about $500,000 more to demolish the rest of the building and backfill the hole. But then there's the ongoing maintenance, estimated at about $350,000 to actually repair that Tyndall stone before it can be pinned and the rest of the building demolished.
Okay, so $500,000 in terms of demolishing the building is a cost that you will incur regardless of whether the Tyndall stone facades are retained and underpinned. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, and then if instead you are directed to not underpin it, but to remove, to take it down and store it, there would be costs associated with that as well, right? So do you know the costs associated with this careful dismantling and then storage of the facade?
Through the chair, I understand that is part of the demolition process, which will add about $50,000 for them to dismantle it and put it into storage. As for the storage costs, I don't have that amount.
So 50,000 extra to put into storage, and then storage costs, and then maintenance of whatever maintenance is required in storage, like you don't have that information. Is that accurate? Okay. And what is your like what value does, what the heritage value of this building, what do you see as the heritage value of this building? Like, do you see it to have a heritage value? Do you think that that's an important thing that we should be preserving in whichever way we go about doing that? Like, what's your interpretation of that?
You go ahead. Through the chair, frankly, there's nothing left inside. So I think the conversation is distilled down to Tyndall stone and the square block that says Credit Foncier with the date on it is really what the discussion is about. And we support that. We support that because we support the recommendation of administration. Therein lies the heritage value. The building itself is pretty much destroyed for being inhabited. You know, you cannot bring services easily, and as you heard from the numbers, inexpensively back to that building. Tenants in island building that is in a heritage district, I'm not sure there are any who would be interested, so there wouldn't be any income, which is necessary for our small company. We don't have any now, and so that exacerbates that problem. So I think the heritage value is really in just saving some of those pieces, and they find their way back in when there is a new structure at some point.
Okay, perhaps my last question is, so the recommendation that's raised some concerns, the administration recommendation, talks about dismantling it carefully where feasible and storing for use in future development where practical. Do you see that, like, do you understand where that is perceived to be too loose? And like, do you see any concerns where like there's not really a lot to enforce with that? Like, can you see where that could be a concerning, like fairly loose guideline of what to do with the heritage components?
Well, I do not actually see it that way, Councillor, through the chair, excuse me. There's a lot of the Tyndall stone on the front of that building that is already cracked and damaged. It's not a perfect facade. And so I interpret, and I think this is what they meant through that there are pieces that can be saved, but there's some that are already in a destructive state, if we could say it that way. I wouldn't be able to tell you what percentage of the Tyndall stone that is, but it's to be saved. It's a significant amount that can be stored, yes. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I'd just like to add that I think it's unfortunate to call it a major loophole, because what it really represents is trusting administration to deal with the owner in the demolition process. And again, I go back to the discussion in the yard project. You are trusting administration because they have expertise and experience in terms of issues like this. So this, we don't read this as a loophole in any way.
Sorry, I didn't say, are you saying that?
No, I'm sorry,
Oh,
and
oh,
I
okay.
apologize. I didn't mean that you were.
Oh, okay.
I'm just commenting on comments that have been made, that we view this as being an important condition that we would have to meet, and we would have to deal with administration in terms of respecting it.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at just past our mandatory break, so if you don't mind our delegates sticking around, there are some more questions for you, but we have to take a mandatory 15-minute break, so we will be promptly back at 4:35.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order and we'll go back to questions from council members for our delegation. So next up is Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation through the chair. What I'm hearing is that you've got a significant exorbitant expense to repair over when you have to remediate and all the different things like that compared to an existing build. So just like to confirm that that's the case, that there's many more expenses involved in remediating this environment.
Yes. I tried hard to outline, through the chair, I tried hard to outline most of it, but you also have to understand most of them, Councillor, are estimates. And, in all the years I've been on this earth, I've never found an estimate that was over anything. So I use the actual figures that the experts have given us, and that's what we're going on. So they continue to grow.
Through the chair, what would be the full period of time it would take to properly remediate the site?
Shelley, to remediate?
To remove it?
To remediate.
Renovate.
Make all the necessary repairs, changes, all that.
You mean, just to be, through the chair, just to be clear, Councillor, do you mean to restore the building?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Probably a year and a half.
I'm not sure that we asked that question, but just going from construction, I think you're into at least a couple of years.
Okay, thank you. Do you see that you'd see any positive return on all this investment here? As you described that it's less rentable, it's kind of on the island. After you're done, so you got a building repaired, do you see it that it's really a facility desired in the marketplace?
Well, I mean, I think you look at the rental statistics in downtown Regina, and Class A buildings or first-rate buildings, I'm not quite sure how they are classified, they're having trouble renting those out. But I might defer to Shelley because she's been dealing with a lot of the people on that.
Through the chair, there's quite a few vacancies downtown Regina right now. In order to get once you'd fix the building, once you get your money back, the operating costs would probably be pretty horrendous. So is it feasible to get a tenant on all 3 floors now? Yeah, it might be, but at what cost?
Okay. Thank you. That's all I need.
Thank you. Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for being here and talking to us about this building. I was reading through your building report that you had done, and I noticed some notes that the windows aren't original anymore, and the doors have been moved, and there's some pieces missing and some maintenance. So it does look like previous to even any fire and stuff, there was a lot of historical maintenance required. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, it is accurate, and we maintained the building to the standard that we could maintain it to, the highest one that we could afford to do. But as you heard, services and whatnot are a problem. You just simply can't get them back to a property like that now with under $500,000 at today's estimate. So, the maintenance is not a factor anymore. It's just simply non-existent and won't happen.
Yeah, it certainly looks like this picture, there'd be quite a bit of work to go into an actual historical restoration project, even at the baseline, from what I could tell from reading your report. And I would say those estimates are probably low. Yeah, I definitely have some empathy with how building standards change over time, correct? Like things are built one way and then you get to know better and then you build a new way and building code just goes on. So you did mention this building you're putting it up for sale, correct?
Through the chair, we have it for sale.
So as it goes up for sale, I don't know a lot about these contracts, so I might be asking the wrong question, so correct me. If, as you go up for sale, are you asking for them to hold on to the facade or any of these elements as part of the purchase of sale or tender?
We have, through the chair, we have not gotten to that point in any discussions. There have been 3 parties who have approached us over the last year and a half, and the discussions have not gotten to that point.
Okay, I certainly support holding some of that heritage value, maybe parts of this facade, but yeah, as our codes increase with accessibility and egress and what damage has been done, it's just that facade. And if you could include it in your purchase or sale.
Councillor, do you have a question or?
Oh, yeah. Have you found that, I guess, the most affordable way would be to build a new building like behind it? So if that was part of the purchase and sale, that might help with the cost possibly?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think what we have determined is we're not in a position to rebuild, and that was part of the treaties I gave you on the insurance and so on. And we have no income coming into the company in order to support changes like this. So that's not on our agenda at all and couldn't be.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here and expressing the concerns with this building.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate all the information given so far. What I'd like to know, looking at the heritage of this building and your family's ownership for, 4 decades plus, I believe you must have interest in that heritage building to have gotten into this as a family venture. Is that correct? Sorry about the dog.
Through the chair, I lost you there for a minute, but I think I got it. As I mentioned years ago when my parents bought the building in 1988, and then we tried to maintain it as a legacy after their passing and so on. So we've never looked at it as anything else but a really wonderful legacy to have had. And it was our full intention to keep going on this until September 24th, 2023. And all of the damage that ensued, and we are no longer the company that can change the situation for that building.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors, for your time. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, we have communications on item CR 25-161, Heritage Demolition 2184 12th Avenue. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-160, Judith Versek, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. CP 25-161, Jenny Ma. And CP 25-162, Joanne Havelock from Friends of the Regina Public Library. Councillor Burton, thank you. And seconder, Councillor Flores. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-161, Heritage Demolition, 2184 12th Avenue. And I will ask Councillor Stickleys to please introduce the report. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm trying to find it. I don't see it highlighted here. There we are. On November 23rd, the Regina Planning Commission looked at a number of things, but this was one of them. It was an important one. And we had a delegation. Ms. Schmidt was there. There were some written delegations from the people you heard from today who could not make it. We had a good discussion. The decision of the Regina Planning Commission was in favor of option, I don't recall the numbers now. Was it option 2? One of the votes was made in error. We found out after the fact, so we couldn't have changed it. And even so, it would have been 6-2. So that's what was said at, that's what was brought forward today. Sorry.
Thank you.
Rambling.
Nope. That's all good. Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Sickleys? And are you moving the recommendation from the Planning Commission? Which, I'll just clarify which option you're moving.
Well, I was the one that was looking for number one, and I'd still like to talk about that today, so I will move that and hope we'll have a good discussion about it. So I move number one.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, so all of council is aware, so option one is what Councillor Sickleys is moving on to the floor, which is administration's recommendation, just to be clear. Which is to approve the application to demolish as outlined in the option one of the report. So I will look to see if there is a seconder for that. Councillor Rasevich and Councillor Sickleys, would you like to speak to the report?
No, I'll save my comments till later. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So with that, I will ask council if anybody has any questions on this report. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll start through the chair. Can administration maybe give me a little bit of context as to what might be the benefits or challenges should the chosen course of action be to sort of, pin and brace and maintain the exterior facade as it relates to our broader objectives in the downtown, which most certainly include heritage, but there's undoubtedly other considerations as well.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So I think I would like to start with, when we talk about leaving the facade there, underpinning it, I think sometimes folks might picture a couple of really nice walls on the corner of the square. That's actually not what it would look like. It would be wrapped and protected. The Tyndallstone is quite delicate, and it is placed on a structure and already, as the property owners indicated, damaged. So there would need to be protection put in place, as well as wooden framing construction around it. So it would be like that until further development occurred. So there would be lots of, I think probably lots of implications that wouldn't necessarily support revitalization of downtown. And certainly heritage is a big part of our downtown, and we have several old buildings in our downtown that are well maintained, and where we do have some contiguous storefront areas that are heritage in that original condition. I think if this was stored, underpinned, wrapped, protected, I think it would create safety issues, certainly pedestrian traffic type issues on the plaza, and I don't think it would really support the revitalization of downtown that we're all working towards.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the event that the Tyndallstone and the facade that has heritage value were to be sort of decommissioned and stored, what tools do we have, if any, that when redevelopment occurred, that those elements would be a part of a redevelopment and in fact not lost forever should a future developer decide that that doesn't sort of align with their particular vision?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the request would be done through a covenant agreement on the parcel, and that would stay on the title of the property. So that would be disclosed to the new purchaser or developer of the land. The language that we're using in this report is speaking about where it's feasible and where it's practical is purely in relation to the delicacy of the Tyndallstone. We don't know when they start dismantling it, how the pieces are going to stay together necessarily. And so they're, they might not be able to build an entire wall with the heritage components of this. And so I think the covenant agreement is what we have in place. That's our mechanism for the future developer to incorporate these pieces into their new development.
Thank you. Through the chair, for yourself, Ms. Bradner, perhaps our solicitor, given the language that we use, are we confident and comfortable that the covenant gives us sort of sufficient confidence that that will in fact take place, given what you've said, as in might there be room for interpretation that the Tyndallstone is not in great condition, therefore we intend to use none. I'm not suggesting that will be the case. I'm just wondering if we're confident with that as a mechanism to advance our goals.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think that I'll actually probably let the city solicitor to speak to that clearly.
Thank you, through the mayor. So in this case, the language that you see would likely, I don't know that the covenant agreement has actually been negotiated yet, but typically where this sort of language is used, it is with a proviso that it's to the satisfaction of the city. So ultimately, the city is the one, in their discretion, who decides what's feasible, what's practical, what's reasonable in the circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair.
I think Ms. Bryden's got one more comment.
Yeah, through the chair, if I could also add, I know, there was a lot of conversation, for example, about the Burns Hanley. And the Burns Hanley was different construction. It was brick and mortar. And the order with the Burns Hanley for the covenant agreement was that it be dismantled. Those bricks were all dismantled. They're all cataloged. They've got it all numbered. Like, it's quite the interesting, it looks like a Sears catalog of bricks and walls, but that is different structure than the Tyndallstone.
Thank you. Just my last questions, drawing your attention to the delegate package and in particular the bid submission. And one of the things amongst others that they suggest, well, first they agree with the administration's recommendation through the chair, but they do highlight, I think, a concern which many will have, which is notwithstanding the discussion around interim use for the square, that many will worry that this will become sort of another long-term empty lot in our downtown and perhaps a parking lot. And we are clearly making a concerted effort to address underutilized lots. And I don't think anyone would argue that a parking lot in the heart of our city, medium-term, let alone long-term, is desirable. Can you respond to that and what tools, if any, we have to ensure that one, it doesn't become a parking lot, and two, that it does not, in the medium or long term, become an underutilized lot?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the surrounding area is currently part of an interim use of the square through the Regina downtown bid. They've received, close to $1 million or $1 million from the federal government for that development. And the bid and these property owners of this building have entered, or they are entering into an agreement to expand that area to be incorporated in, so that the whole corner, so it actually, the square will be a square if this goes through, and incorporate that as an interim use for, I believe the lease is for 10 years at this point in time, and until a potential future development, which could occur sooner, but which would be lovely. I think in relation to parking, there is a moratorium on parking lots, surface parking lots in the downtown. And anything coming forward or a request for us to turn this into an interim parking lot would have to be approved by council, but it certainly wouldn't be recommended by administration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I think option one is probably the best option we could get with administration and everyone thoughtful. I think the thing is it's not really our role to tell private businesses how to spend their capital and operations typically. And when we are looking at these historical properties like this, we can't really point at businesses and tell them to do these large-scale things without support. And I am a little bit worried about liabilities there. So what would be our liability if we were to tell a business they had to leave up a facade or leave things at this state? Like, what would the city's liability be if we told a business that?
Willoughby, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So the city doesn't assume liability through, I assume you're talking about making a repair order or ordering the facade to be installed. Like, they'd still be subject to complying with all the building or structural requirements of that work. And it does continue to be the owner's responsibility for the work and for the property as it carries on in that state.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, like, even if we said we couldn't, even if we denied this demolition, it wouldn't mean that this building was automatically being restored. It would just mean this building is staying the same. And we don't have the authority, I don't think, to tell, here, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So the Heritage Property Act does give the city some authority. It's not great authority in the sense that if a repair order was issued and not complied with, the city has the ability to go in and do the work. However, it does so at its own cost, like it would front the costs, and it can't add those costs to the property taxes. The only recourse it has is to put a lien on the property, essentially, to recoup the cost. So the city would pay for the work to be done, essentially, in that instance. The other, pardon me? Oh, just to conserve the property, not to make it suitable for occupancy, just from a heritage perspective, to conserve the heritage elements. The other option the city potentially has is to undertake prosecution of the owner if they fail to comply with an order, but that doesn't get you the work done.
Okay, so us as a city could tell an owner to bring things to a certain level, but it would end up costing the city to do the work, correct?
Yeah,
One way or another.
so the process essentially is to order the owner to do the work in the first instance. If they fail to comply with the order that's made, the city has an ability to do the work itself, but it would pay for the work to be done.
Okay. Yes, so I think in the case of this building, many things have changed since it was initially constructed. There's a lot of historical elements which were lost previous to the fire, and to get brought up to the actual historical requirement would be a lot of work, and it would ultimately end up costing our city if we were to put in that, and I don't think that that is our role. So I think this option one, which administration has worked with the owner, where we identify the heritage elements and we work around them, and their best thing is actually the best option. Because to make the building historical and restore it would just be such an investment that the owner has made clear that they can't make themselves right now. And where do we start and where do we end with our buildings in our cities with that? So I do appreciate this option one and the thoughtfulness put behind it.
Great, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I'm gonna say my piece now because it'll be shorter, because Councillor Turnbull took a lot of the words out of my mouth. So agree with a lot of everything that essentially Councillor Turnbull is saying. I think it's a challenging position when we start to, as council, without doing the months and months of work that administration has done in concert with the property owner, to start dictating how individuals have to spend money, when clearly this is a situation that was much of it out of their control. They're in the situation today because of unforeseen circumstances, and they've been trying to navigate that ever since. So with respect to not adding any more undue hardship and trying to find a reasonable path forward, I think I also agree and concur, and we'll be voting for option one, to conserve the elements that are outlined in the report and find a reasonable path forward for everybody involved. And I will go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think I echo both sentiments as well in terms of what the option that has been put forward to us, and keeping those historical elements. I think that's really important, and I do feel like the owners have made the effort to keep that, and I see a lot of care has been put in this property. Unfortunately, we do have a terrible history of demolition by neglect in a lot of our heritage buildings in the city, so I could see how some folks might feel that maybe this is the case, and from everything I've read and from what the building owners have shared, I don't think this is the case at all. So I do appreciate the effort and care that has gone into this, and as it has been said before, the work that has been done to bring this recommendation. So I feel like all of my concerns have been answered by both administration and the property owners, and I also would oppose this becoming a permanent parking lot. I don't think that's what anybody wants, but I do appreciate that plans have been made that in the interim this will be an activated place for our community, so it's not just an empty land, and I hope to see the historical elements of this property be incorporated in whatever future development happens here. So I too will support the recommendation made by administration on this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So when we had the meeting on the Planning Commission, this discussion around this heritage property was a long conversation. And just to clarify on the votes, it was lost on option 1 of 1 to 8. And there was no indication that there was an error in a vote at that time. And so in my travels, I've seen a lot of heritage properties, as I've indicated, in Fredericton, where it's a gathering place, in the Picaroons, where a building that was flooded and was restored and made heritage, and it is a place where people gather in that city. And also in Winnipeg, we talked about the Forks and St. Boniface, and those the facade has been maintained, and amazing heritage pieces, right? And so my concern that we have language in place regarding heritage status, and if we're demolishing and properties with that status, it really, I think the bylaw sometimes may not be worth the paper it's written on. And so that's just the point I want to make. However, I do understand in regards to this property, where we're at. And so I did have a change of heart after going over this material, from Planning Commission date. And I do appreciate the work that administration has put forward in regards to supporting keeping the facade or keeping the tinder stones for future developments. I also will support option 1, and though concerns is what is going to be in that place for 10 years. Because we did talk about underutilized properties just this past week. And so I don't want to see that become a piece of land that's just underutilized. I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that there will be something there sooner than later. And I know that there's been talks about a few different things, and I'm hoping it's where I maybe could see cranes in the city at one time doing some development and revitalizing our downtown. So, yep, I'll support option 1, and thank you for your work and for taking the time to explain more and changing the context for my understanding. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just to clarify, I'm on the Planning Commission as well, and you know what? I think it's important for any politician, I don't really consider myself a politician, for any person to reconsider how they voted or how they thought about something. So I just want to, I don't care what it is, whatever you make a decision, sometimes you got to be able to reconsider and admit that, you know what, maybe I shouldn't have made that decision and go back the other way. So I just say that for not just this, but for many things. And I guess my real question is, so I know there's going to be a lease for 10 years. So in that lease, if somebody wanted to build or put something there like 2 years from now, is that possible?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the lease is with the Regina Downtown and Business Improvement District and the property owners of the vacant property that surrounds this particular building. So I actually can't speak to what that lease says in terms of termination. I don't know if we don't have that detail. I don't believe so. I would imagine that the property owner probably does have some kind of a termination clause in there. I don't have privy to that.
I was just kind of wondering, I guess if there is a termination clause, if like somebody wanted to build on that corner in 3 years or 2 years or 4 years, I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Again, that lease is between the current property owner and the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in. Over the years, heritage debates have gotten me a little bit testy at times. And I just found that the discussion today, everyone considering all the factors and the excellent job by administration, explaining the viewpoints and the ramifications, and the depth of the decision was notable. I thought it was excellent. And with the investments we've made in the center of our city and the downtown, I've come to understand that the people who might activate or invest watch these meetings to look at the vision and the understanding the council show. And was really impressed today with all the comments and the vision that we've shown as a council. And I just wanted to say thanks to everyone. I thought it was a good report and a great debate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions, I will go to Councillor Siklees to close debate.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'll just echo all the comments that were made here today. Good debate. Hope to have more of them. Love to see something there more than just sort of on the main level like the square piece. I think I have a problem with that name too, SKUARE. But now I understand why that name is the way it is. But in terms of visioning, I'm always looking into the future, and you're going to have forever views in front of that park. Boy, it sure would be nice to have something there with that facade in front. I think it would be fantastic. And if it had residences, I would definitely put a deposit down and buy one. So whoever's listening, go to your bank and get the money ready and come and approach whoever it is that owns the place, and let's go. Thank you for that. Everyone, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Zakidniak, can I get your verbal vote? I don't think you're logged in.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously, and Councillor Zakidniak's vote is recorded as voting in favor.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to the items that were removed off the consent agenda. So first, we will consider item CR 25-156, traffic bylaw changes report. So I will look to Deputy Mayor Flores. If you could introduce that report and just let me know when you're ready. You probably have to look it up there. Good to go? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This report recommends several administrative updates to the traffic bylaw to align with best practices that we discussed at Executive Committee last week.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Turnbull, and a seconder, Councillor Flores. Councillor Turnbull, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, we spoke about this in length last week, and I do have an amendment I would like to bring forward this week, so I'm just going to get straight to it. And this amendment has to do with the accessible parking spots, which we talked a little bit about last week. It should be pulled up or not, but okay. The basic intent of this is we sort of informally do this already, but when accessible parking lot spot is taken up by an obstacle, whether it's a food truck or it is a patio or an event, new accessible parking spot is created in its place. So this amendment is just to City Council to direct administration to consider amending the traffic bylaw to specify that where an accessible parking spot is displaced by an obstacle such as an list of few, to be created for the duration the obstacle occupies the previous accessible spot with the new, it's kind of wordy, with the accessible parking spot to include the consideration of a curb cut locations and travel paths for mobility purposes. So this would put it back to administration to create a formal bylaw and criteria for when their spot is being displaced to create a new one, and administration could come up with the measuring tools for that for something we sort of do, but at a more formal level now. And I guess my question would be to.
So we'll get a seconder for what's being moved.
It's kind of wordy. Just to create a parking spot when you take up a parking spot.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the main motion, the original motion has been moved to the floor, and now Councillor Turnbull has moved this amendment. So this amendment has been moved to the floor. So I would look for a seconder for this amendment, and then we can open up discussion on the amendment. Point of clarification. Yep, point of clarification, go ahead.
Presume that if I were to second this to allow us to discuss it, if I believed after discussion that I wanted to vote against it, I still could? Okay. Well, to be collegial, I will second her motion.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Fro. Okay. Councillor Turnbull, you can go ahead to speak to this.
Sure. We sort of do this informally last night at Light the Lights, which was a great event. It was done very well, where they begged off different parking spots where the accessible parking spots were. So like when a parking spot is taken up by an obstacle, which happens because we have events, fire trucks or food trucks or stuff end up in those parking spots or patios. It's simply taking another parking spot and they put like a blue bag over it and make it an accessible parking spot. So it's just a 1-for-1. And then administration can come up with and I'll get them to talk to it, the criteria and the bylaw or fines associated with that. A lot of it is internal for city events, but it would also be other events or things, and they would develop the details. This is just the overall view, and I'll just ask maybe Curtis to speak to it.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So as Councillor Turnbull mentioned, this is our standard practice. So when we are having events or something what is blocking an accessible parking location, we will beg, the closest parking meter to create a new accessible parking permit, new parking spot. So what is before us here is to take it back to the traffic working bylaw group and really see the implications of putting this in the bylaw. And that's something that we don't want to do on the floor of council. I don't think it will change the practice that we do every day, but there could be implications of putting it in the actual bylaw that the team can review. Typically, we don't put things in the bylaw unless it is something that we want to really bind either ourselves or the community to, and so that's something that we can review the implications of it.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor Turnbull?
I'll wait till close.
Okay. So with that, I'll open it to any questions from other council members. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to check, partially based on Mr. Doney's explanation, that so the wording of this amendment works for what you were saying, which is to take it back to the working group on this and they would come back with their recommendations?
Through the chair, yes. We will do that as part of our normal practice and then bring that forward in the future when we bring the traffic bylaw report forward.
Okay. So I hear that administration has no concerns with this amendment. I think, and that it's current practice. I think, I have no problem supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, as Councillor Turnbull, having that information from administration, would that satisfy? Is what they're going to do okay with you? And
yes, we did speak about this amendment, and it was put together by the clerk's administration, and I think we're all on the same page. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think this seems like a great move forward, so I would be happy to support this as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Councillor Mancinelli, hold on 1 second. Mr. Doney is just going to make a comment before you go.
Through the chair, I just wanted to make a comment that when the bylaw traffic working group reviews this, we may recommend not having it in the bylaw. It might be a council approved policy or something like that, but that'll be the work we do. So we have no concerns doing that review to bring something back to council.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair, just a comment, and I hope Councillor Turnbull addresses it in her closing well. When I listen to administration remarks about this being a standard practice already, and I consider the budget and the wages that we're talking about paying through that budget, this would be an example of putting people to work for something that's not currently needed. Because of that, I can't support it. I understand the intent, but having administration's backing that they're already doing the practice makes me negate the need to put a law office through crafting a bylaw to enshrine it. So just my comments and my reasoning. I can see why it's important. I'm glad administration's already doing it, but it's the use of the asset and putting them to work and the intent behind that I think we do too much. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, with that, actually I don't see any other questions from council members. Okay, so with that, I will let Councillor Turnbull close debate on the amendment. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, to Councillor Mancinelli's concerns, by putting it to the working group, when we look at bylaws, it does include things like possible fines, things which would have would also look at more than just city practices, but events and things wider. So bringing it back to administration and the working group, I think, is the appropriate place to do it, because they would look at that larger scope, and like any sort of parking reinforcement or bylaw reinforcement that could possibly come with revenue as well. So I do think this is important work, and I do think having something to do with one of our core principles like this is more than, yes, we are doing our best. I think it is important to make it an official bylaw to show our principles and values.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment. Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, do you need to do verbal vote?
Yes, in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 7-3, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Turnbull, Burton, Radin, Zakidniak, Flores, Fro, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Rasevich, and Sickles.
Okay, thank you. So we're back on the main motion that, as a reminder, we approved last week. So I'll look to see if any councillors have any questions on this, on the main motion. Sorry, on the main report, as amended. Okay, seeing none, back to you, Councillor Turnbull, to close debate on the main motion, if you have any, as
Nope,
amended.
I am okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended. Councillor Zakidniak, can I get your verbal vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried unanimously.
Okay, and then we had CR 20, we're now going to consider CR 25-158, underutilized land improvement strategy 5-year review. It was also removed from the consent agenda, so I will again ask Deputy Mayor Flores to please introduce that report.
All right, thank you. Through you, Mayor. There's a really exciting report, actually. I was really glad to see this. So this item presents the 5-year review of our underutilized land improvement strategy. We looked at some of the chronically vacant lots that have been developed in 2020 and asked to approve a strategy to continue addressing development barriers and direct administration to report back to this in, I think, 2031. So just looking forward to this report.
Great, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? I'll go with Councillor Mancinelli. Since you pulled this off, I'll get you to move the report. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Sickles, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead if you'd like to speak to the report.
Thank you. I actually really enjoyed this report last week at Executive Committee. I appreciate the work that administration put in identifying and taking an input on how to de-risk lands and make them available for investment. The only thing I'm wondering that I pulled it off to get an answer on was going forward, you know, we've identified all these lands. We took engagement and input to get to this point. We have to decide how much and where we can invest. Are we going to take input from those interested parties who might be developing for our next steps on, you know, our order of attack on where we invest and which lots we de-risk through the chair?
Ms. Spread?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much for that question. And certainly, you know, this is an overall strategy. And once we start working on those actions, we certainly will be doing engagement and working with community developers, et cetera, to determine how we target investment for those growth opportunities.
So it's kind of going to stage through that through the whole process, looking where the action might be so our investment can meet the action and keep on moving forward. Would that be like the accurate way of saying it?
Through the chair, yes.
For a layman? Yeah, okay, thank you. I wasn't trying to correct you, I just, yeah, I want to make sure I'm not lying to people that I'm using proper words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll check with any other council members if they have questions. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a few because I wasn't able to be around for asking questions for this report last week. So my questions are, I heard that that engagement will continue. That was one of them, so that's good. What I want to know, there was some mention of contaminated sites in the report, and so if you can just give some information about the work that will be taken to in relation to these contaminated and brownfield sites, and how when that'll happen, and what the work will involve, or what we know at this point. I'd appreciate it through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier.
Mr. Grazier, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, contaminated sites were certainly a theme that came up within some of our engagement. And there is a updated action within this strategy related to the team doing work on the assessment of city-owned contaminated sites first, and understanding potential remediation conditions. So that's a bit of a first step, and then potential to expand or communicate lessons learned about that process externally to inform those looking to do similar actions on privately owned sites.
Hey, thank you. Excuse me. And I have a date of, I guess, 2018 referred to in the report as perhaps when this process began. So I believe this is the third council term where this work is undergoing. And so what I'm wondering, in terms of the percentages that are still ongoing, which is like 78%, is that because some of this work will always be ongoing? Will there be an additional strategy needed when at the end, I guess we don't know for sure, but when you report back again, do you see some of this as just ongoing, continuous work?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I'd like to say, in 5 years, every underutilized site will be developed. But I would say that this is going to be continuous work for quite some time. And partly that's because we need the market in place for developers to step in and do their part. So the city has a role, certainly, in terms of regulatory requirements, fees, permits, servicing, all of those types of things, perhaps incentives. But at the end of the day, we need the market to be there for development to occur. And I do think that once we start getting things rolling a little bit, we will see more development on these sites. But I would say that you're going to see this type of strategy, perhaps not in this form, but some type of strategy continuing on for quite some time.
Okay. And I think it's page 20 of the report talks about the underutilized land improvement strategy report to council. I believe, but can't remember for sure, that it's intended to be an annual report. Is that a new recommendation? I can't recall us getting an annual report yet, but maybe I'm just not remembering. So just clarification on whether that's moving forward, or if that's a report that I've forgotten that we already received.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, the most recent annual report we gave to council was back in January of this year, through the Housing Supply and Revitalization Initiatives report. You might recall there was an appendix within that report that provided an update on the implementation of the strategy to date. And then prior to that, annual reports were provided in the past either through or as part of other related council reports on intensification, or via memos directly to council.
Okay. And I think my last one is one part of the report talks about temporary uses on vacant lots. I think further exploring that. I just wanted to check in about community gardens as temporary use on vacant lots. I don't know if they're still doing that, but North Central Community Association was for a time trying to place temporary community gardens on like lots that were not utilized. And so is that something the city is exploring, or is something that is permitted? Like, what's the status of that within the city?
Through the chair, I will refer that question to Mr. Grazier.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, the community gardens, there are a number of them in the city, and they're typically initiatives led by the individual neighborhood community associations on lots or properties within the neighborhood. So they're typically the ones that are kind of championing that work.
And so would the city's perspective be on it that you know, this is something we allow? Would it be something that we would encourage, or we just essentially at this point leave it up to the community associations or someone who would like to take the initiative?
Thank you, through the chair. So as Mr. Grazier indicated, the community associations generally take the initiative to do that, and certainly it's something that we would encourage or support for those sites.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli to close debate. If you have anything further, Councillor Mancinelli?
No, I don't. Please call the vote.
Okay, thank you. With that, oh, sorry, Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to comment, last week at Executive Committee, City Manager or Acting City Manager Nickel and a few councillors talked about some of the work that's been advanced over the last couple of years in the city in terms of opening the doors for development. And I just want to say that those comments were really, really appreciated. I also want to say that the team has done a lot of work. There's a lot of creativity and passion within this team. And so I just wanted to make that public, that the team behind all this work is very passionate and have done a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we share that sentiment with all the work that's been done. So thanks for that. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, can I get your verbal vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider the following bylaws. 2025-83, the conservation of heritage properties tax exemption for the John Deere Plow Company Limited building located at 1255 to 1275 Broad Street, bylaw 2025. 2025-84, the heritage maintenance and major grant agreement execution bylaw 2025. And 2025-87, Piapot First Nation municipal service agreement execution bylaw 2025. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of the bylaws.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaws number 2025-83, 2025-84, and 2025-87 be introduced and read the first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, can I get your verbal vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor Flores, can I get you to please do second reading of the bylaws?
Right. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaws number 2025-83, 2025-84, 2025-87 be read a second time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on second reading of the bylaws. Councillor Zakiniak, I'll get your verbal vote.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
Right. I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaws number 2025-83, 2025-84, and 2025-87 go to third reading at this meeting.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, your verbal vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaws number 2025-83, 2025-84, and 2025-87 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, your verbal vote.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickles, as tradition prevails. And a seconder, please. Councillor Radens, I'll call the question. Any opposed? And tradition carries forward. Carried. Thanks, everybody.